Okay, welcome to our next game of Mystara. We're up to session number 142, or Phase 3, Season 2, Episode 28. It's still the 28th day of the 7th month of the year 1011, and at the table today we have Paul, who just happens to be eating as I looked up. Timing.
Hey, it's a piece of chocolate, it's necessary. Who is Claw, the elven warlock artillery piece, healer, diplomat, pretty boy, and wielder of a really bloody scary sword, which he doesn't use.
He will be needing it soon. Next up we have is Rhiannon.
Hi, I play Seika, the elven rogue, who doesn't know how she feels about splitting the party, but, you know, she's done separate missions before.
Up next is Kesley.
I am playing Lonnie, let's see, what do we got today? Queen of the Underworld, is that what it was? And then holder of many titles. Is scared out of her mind as her, I don't know if you necessarily want to say chosen patron or patron that chose her. We're going to go more with that one. Gave her some very helpful insight. He's very nice.
Technically you chose him. You put the crown on. Or a different version of you would have chosen.
Everyone has
Exactly.
to put the crown on.
So, like, I don't know if as much of a choice as it was, like, destiny. But, you know, is what it is. So, yeah, scared out of her mind, as we'll go into the recap later. But, yeah.
I keep forgetting who my god is, so you're ahead of me.
No, it's okay. It's because I wasn't very specific about which god, that I was just going with, like, oh, yeah, no, she worships, like, the sailor gods and the Makai gods, and, like, kind of like a big polytheism thing, and then we just kept making jokes, and it's just like, no, a god's gonna choose you now.
The gods are always choosing.
I know that he's the elven trickster, but I do not remember who he is.
Arundel. E-I-R. And I can't remember the rest, but it is a interesting spelling.
What's up?
I'll look it up later, or I'll talk to you about it later.
That would be.
Up next we have is Ariadna. And yes, you can find the camera.
It's Calbrix, the white dragon with the jazz wings and the Karate Kid bandana, which makes her extra powerful and strong, which is why she annihilates people. When they decide that they love Xantiotl and they want to corrupt, and, well, she's not down with that, so they get obliterated. And she's found a new bestest buddy friend, otherwise known as Drachma's sword.
Okay.
Who also likes to destroy people who follow Xantiotl. She appears as a white dragon with silver scales, black metallic scales, and blue scales. The black scales go down the centre of her head and the tips of her horns, and the tips of her wings and things, and the blue scales accompany the black scales. But she is for the most part silver after a self-determination day where she decided she don't want to be bossed around by gods anymore. She wants to start bossing people around, but she's technically still being bossed around by gods. It's a work in progress. She's not currently... Is Eve back?
No.
Not yet.
Not currently accompanied by her companion Eve. It was a relief to see Eve in Friday's group, but at the moment Eve is back at Calcrix's home region on Mount Dread? Mount Dread? I keep wanting to say Mount Doom, and I'm like, no, I think that's where they destroyed a ring. I'm pretty sure.
I keep switching between the two in my notes.
Yeah, Mount Dread.
That's the next Mount
Because Xantiotl decided he wanted to play Mischief Makers, and Calcrix being fairly young, panicked, and sent her companion home. She's hoping her companion will come back pretty quickly, though, with some good news. On to Dracula.
Next up we have is Jeremy.
Good evening all. Yes. As announced, I became Dracula, the Atruaghin tribesman who has risen to become clan chiefs, having been selected by Atruaghin and the Great One to join the clans, and including the Dragon clan, the recently realised Dragon clan, and we've also involved a transformation which initially was somewhat horrifying to many in the outside world,
Yes.
and to Dracula himself for a bit, but when he realised that he could actually shapeshift between human, dragon and half-dragon forms, it was much more bearable. But otherwise, it's definitely bane of Exarchiotl, hopefully.
You were getting there with that. Okay, so who wants to do the recap for last session?
I rely and trust
for it.
Mariana.
So we started back up halfway through the combat after working our way up. I think at that point we were 2 levels up the winding path. We'd managed to knock out a
There were
couple.
various stages that the party was in various positions at the
Well,
park.
yeah.
Yes,
We had progressed to that far up. We just weren't all in the same place.
yes. We'd wiped out a couple of archers groups, which was good, but there was still plenty left. We were doing kill counts, which was fun, though Cow Creeks smashed us all with that.
I'm not competitive. I'm just enthusiastic about destroying Xantiotl's followers.
Yes, we're competitive and we lost.
Father Pat kept running up behind us and never really got too far with a "I'm helping" because, you
Well-
know, the heavily laden shield bearer was having trouble keeping up with the rest of us who were dimension dooring and shadow walking and
Flying.
flying.
Dracula was just running and climbing.
Yes.
Yes, but you're not in heavy armour.
I ran up a cliff and then was teleported back down the cliff
Yes, you've also got 2 feet.
by portal arrows, but
Yeah.
yeah, we couldn't get the portal arrows, which was sad.
Yes.
Because turns out once we got through the battle, and like there was lots of fun things. Watch the video. We got out of combat. We couldn't take any of the arrows, partially because they all had a sigil to Xanthiotl, and partially because everything faded away. We did leave one leader alive, who we found out we were actually talking to Xanthiotl when we were talking to the leader, because they were all summons of Xanthiotl. So we didn't get much information. Seika interrogated him. She asked who they were waiting for. He said, "Why you, of course. Damn shame we didn't get your circus." And which point, you know, after a bit of time, he faded away. At that point, Seika went off and started doing the ascending ritual, while everybody else talked for a bit. She checked in on the circus and found out that they had just been attacked. She sent just attacked by Xanthiotl. Interrogation included a threat against you, checking in and suggesting some focus on information about him, and got back. Sorry, busy fighting shadow elves. Yeah. At which point she came back and had a pointed word with Llewell, who went and touched base with the minions of his god, who said, "No, nobody seems to be attacking a circus at the moment."
Which means it's blood elves.
So yes. We were looking at 2 paths, either northwest or northeast, discussing those. We were trying to figure out which one went to Gerund, which was our target town. We were thinking of probably the most most travelled one. The other one didn't look very travelled. But as we were discussing this, Lani hears from Thanatos. And we're sitting in a blank room where Thanatos asked if she's had anything to report. He got a bit annoyed because, Axantiotl is an annoying minion, is an annoying apprentice of his. Told her that she would only be able to go to one of our two options. Both gave us a solution or something useful for our future quests. One would help us in the short term, one in the long term. She asked if we could visit both. He said, nope, each will change your path. One will help you now, one will help you with an upcoming battle. We talked as a party, tried to discuss many things, at which point we had a scary moment where the DM decided that suggested that we should possibly split the party, which goes against everything I know about things, so scary.
And probably about the only time I've ever suggested splitting the party.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which goes to show how good of a party we are, because we didn't even think of it until you brought it up.
Also
Yes.
good players.
Friday would do it in an instant.
And screw everything up and kill everyone.
Exactly.
Well, Friday has a slight problem of they're all individuals and they're not really travelling together.
It's a group of protagonists. It's not a party.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, that explains quite a few things that I've heard about that particular party.
Yeah. We're working
So
on it.
I'm just saying Tuesday's the best group. Haha, sorry, Wednesday. I know 2 of you are on Wednesday, 3 of you are on Wednesday.
Wednesday's fun.
Wednesday, we never have any party dissension either.
Yes, because according to Dimitri is the party.
Which is why... Dimitri doesn't need to state that, obviously.
Which is why we left Dimitri and all went to sleep in the keep when Dimitri decided to stay in Rapanathak. But that's okay. That meant Dimitri now isn't indebted to the Wild Hunt as much as Hildren is. Anyway, that's Wednesday.
And Dimitri would tell you that was all a part of his plan. He's an intelligent, smart person, and he knows not to get himself indebted to the Wild Hunt.
Well,
He saw it coming, he'll say.
Yeah.
Hildren had the problem of her player wasn't in Wild Hunt mode. Her player was in Zerchev Hildren mode, so it didn't click. But I now know where Drazzle is. Drazzle is being fixed in our keep on Wednesday.
That's fair enough. Well,
Which is now infested with the Wild Hunt, and
yes.
I stuffed up talking to an ent.
Yes, you got to keep the glue somewhere.
She asked the ant if elves can fix the...
Because the ent speaks only single-syllable words. I forgot the owl.
She meant to say our elves, but she said elves, so it says done, and suddenly some elves appear out of nowhere wielding what look like mythic weapons and tools and start hammering on the walls.
So Hildren is now up to her neck in debt to the Wild Hunt. It's okay. She'll handle it.
Yeah.
Her god is part of it, so it'll be a deal. Anyway, back to Monday. We're not Tuesday anymore.
We are Monday.
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 We figured out that the east was the dragon and probably had something to do with Wendar.
Mm-hmm.
To the west was a giant and had something to do with the master. Lani did get some information about only a quest. It takes a quester to fight a quester. So it's not that we're necessarily fighting the master, we're fighting the master's minions. So that was questioned when Calcrix pulls out her master killer spear.
Yeah.
We also found out that Lani doesn't see multiple futures for Calcrix.
Oh yeah, no, that's just been a thing.
Oh, that's a thing. That's new for Seika.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
I like to
Seika
bring
did.
it up every now and then, like every 10 or 20 sessions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This I haven't played
Just
in
scare
Monday
people.
for that long,
Yeah.
so it's good to
No,
know.
it's one of those ones where Lonnie just chalks it up to, well, Calcrix has blue scales, so she's obviously a time person too. So, and because I don't see multiple futures for Drazzle either.
No.
So I just assumed, since I already knew that Calcrix is Drazzle's sister, it's a similar thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just assuming.
We did find out after I mentioned to I mentioned to the party about the threat to my circus, who I'd just found out had been attacked by shadowy elves. Calcrix instantly sent to Mount Dread and got no answer. So luckily Llewell had lots of sending spells, and we started contacting all the families, all people, all our loved ones and stuff. He contacted Grindelwafel, and asked if he was under attack. Grindelwafel said yes by unknown forces. We found out that was just imps running amok, but, still
do we know
considered.
it's imps running amok? Well, we found that out after Eve was sent off.
After Eve was sent off.
Yeah, so Calcrix now kind of wants Eve, come back, but at the same time she's like, well, we better make sure those imps don't cause too much trouble.
So after that conversation, Calcrix went off and contacted Outer Planes to talk to the Great One, found out about the attacks, found out that the Master seeks to take us from our quest. We were given a choice to choose between our quest and our families. Calcrix thought about it, but accepted the risk of danger, and is trying to mitigate it. She sent Eep to Mount Dread to try and help and protect. We had a nice little laugh at the image of Eep possibly coming back with imps attached to her.
No, they won't be attached to it.
It'll be
Imp will
looking
come
like
back looking like an imp. And looking a little bit fat.
I have no problem with this. While Calcrix was doing that, we contacted Lani's cook. She said the person you were fighting is a minion of Xantiotl. Treat them appropriately, and was reaffirmed that they would be treated with prejudice.
Mm-hmm.
Llewell then contacted Immoral, who was being hunted by something very dangerous in the forest. Again, probably at Xantiotl. Said, he was hiding in the forest from a beast of unusual skill. Llewell said, good luck. If you can make it to the Cirque, you can try and give him a hand. Immoral said, will do.
Mm-hmm.
Maya Hill?
Maya Hill, yeah.
Yep. Llewell's younger sister was attacked, but safe because she was scary. She's gone to check on his town. The town was okay for now. Possibly check on Immoral.
Yeah.
She thought about it.
Yes, got to be wary around someone who could beat you up using your own skeleton.
Yes. But the problem was that we think he's in Alfheim and she can't go into Alfheim for acts of unusual cruelty. We all came back together. Drachnamar didn't feel the need to contact his people because the Atruaghins are always on alert against the forces of Xantiotl, and he figured it would probably be the Tiger Clan, which they were trying to reintegrate, who were acting up. Calcrix did a divination. She said, if we go east, we will lose the goals of the... she asked, if we go east, will we lose the goals of the west? Yes, one will be unachievable. So we've decided to split the party. Calcrix, Drachnamar, and Nadar are going to go and visit the dragon. Llewell, Lani, Saker, and Father Pat are going to go check out the giant, and we're going to try and achieve both objectives. What we did figure, the other thing we figured out is, I can't remember if this was on camera or not, but we talked about who was attacking and who. So for Saker, they're attacking the Hoshi Monogatari. Gotta remember to, probably not right, but I'll look it up later. And Satoshi and her family, and it was probably the Dark Fae. Drachnamar, it's the Tiger Clan acting up. Lani's being targeted by tax collectors and lawyery people.
Yeah, it's quite rude.
You're a pirate.
My offer is still open.
No, gatherer of goods. There's a difference.
I'm happy to send
Obtainer
over
of
my known legal team. They're good at what they do.
Exactly.
Llewell's town is being targeted by somebody who wants to burn it all.
Yes.
Calcrix was imps causing mischief. Nadar probably wouldn't know who to contact, we think, but
Yes.
Nadar hasn't been able to play for a bit. Father Pat, his family's already literally in hell, so he would have had a glimmer of hope that he could have saved them. But as both Nadar and Father Pat are letting us NPC them, they didn't get a choice. But all of us chose to continue on the quest because, you know,
Heroes.
we're heroes and trying to fight Xantiodal and the Master.
And deserves it.
And the fact that they're trying to disrupt us means we're going on the right path.
Although it's not saying the little shock everybody because they exist.
Yes. So I
But
think
he's
that's
targeting.
everything.
He's targeting.
Yeah.
us, so that's important.
Yes.
So,
Good to know.
thank you, Thanatos, for intervening. It's always scary talking to you.
And that's the right reaction.
Hey, he is known as the Grim Reaper.
But look, he's not wrong.
And
he's
then
being nice.
in the
Worth
frenzy
reminding
of
you that because whenever you're like, thank you, Thanatos, I'm like, yeah, cool guy. And then you're like, oh, he's a Grim Reaper. I'm like, oh, that's who he is.
Yeah.
And in the frenzy world, he became the Christian one true God and wiped out all the other gods.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that the world that Morrigan came from?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
where
was-
Orcus was actually a good guy.
Mm.
Well, all they had left was one who said he was the one true God and he destroyed magic at the same time.
See, poor
That's
Morrigan.
Thanatos, yeah.
Poor Morrigan fled that world,
Yeah.
then came and landed in Galantry with her family and her clans.
Would Morrigan like a reminder? Because I have Orcus's holy symbol. From
Morrigan is currently
Yeah.
running with a warlock of Orcus.
Well, he'd probably want the holy symbol.
Probably.
Because it's not an evil holy symbol.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Morrigan has other concerns at the
In
moment.
some respects, I could use it myself.
She is currently in a party with a Fire Genasi when Fire Genasi's traumatized her immensely by destroying her mother in front of her.
Oh, that doesn't sound like.
And the Fire Genasi hasn't asked why, but wonders why she hates her.
But they have to work together anyway.
Yep.
Well, they haven't really worked together yet, so...
No.
Well, they're associating
Parallel.
and not running away. They're not leaving.
The only time they seem to actually work together is if combat's called. And then it's they wait their turn, and that's pretty much they're working together.
It's a competition.
Right.
Okay.
We did do a long rest. I want to point that out to people
Yes,
who are
we did a
taking
long
notes
rest.
on stuff.
Well, we did a short rest, and I think after we decided to split the party, we were going to do a long rest.
I believe you had
Because we
talked
did
about
the-
doing the long rest before going.
Yeah.
So in which
Um,
case then, overnight, do you do anything particular overnight?
No.
Just
Before
we did divvy up sending stones that Calker said.
yeah, you've got one.
Yep, so that she has one and then we have one.
Also, Calcrix will spend some time working on her crafting activities. She'll try to get back in contact with Grendel Waffle or Gala, who are in charge at Mount Dread, just to find out if she might be able to get Eat back before she goes off to deal with the dragons. She's already having Eat
Withdrawals.
withdrawal.
Well, to go with that,
Ritual I can do.
partway through the night, Eep shows up, and Eep's learnt a new ability. Eep can now turn invisible at will.
Oh,
Oh,
that's frightening.
Interesting.
Calcrix
She's
is
developed as a
utterly
fate.
elated by this.
No, everything Eep eats, Eep can learn things from.
It's still frightening.
So it definitely was eating some of those
So
imps.
immediately thinks of a list of things to feed to Eep.
Does Eep appear at some point?
Mhm.
How does Eep, like, is there like invisibleness and then like a little,
It'll be you hearing an Eep and then a pop.
and then Calcrix will run around crazily trying to jump hug and then hitting the ground and then trying to relocate, and then she's going to cast her thing that lets her see invisible things.
Mhm.
And then she's going to pretend she's going to miss Eep, but then get Eep and pull Eep over in a big dragon cuddle.
Well, when you see Eep, Eep's sort of doing the "I'm over here" sort of look, not
And
realizing he's invisible
Yeah, that's
or
right.
she's invisible.
Yeah.
Calcriss is like, "You was invisible. Did you eat imps?"
Eep just nods.
All the imps taken care of now.
Eep nods.
Do we have
Thank
to bell the Eep? This
And,
ethereal bell coming out of nowhere.
when things quieten down, she gets to work on finishing up her current project, which was discussed with the GM.
Okay.
And we'll hopefully have that finished by morning.
And what is everyone else doing over the long rest?
Before she went to sleep, Seika probably would have tried to do one more sending ritual. She has enough hit points. She only got damaged once last session, so in the last combat.
She did pretty well.
Once you're all done, I'll do a restoration, get it back.
Yeah.
Well, she just needs a long rest and she gets it all
long
back.
rest.
I'm good.
Oh, right, yeah.
You only lose it permanently if you run out of points in using
that's
secret
true.
crafts.
Long rest will do that.
I
So yeah,
thought
I
of
can do all sorts of cool stuff
a few
before.
things that I do want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Drachnima is somewhere around.
I was going to finish what Rhiannon was saying, then we can come back to you.
Sorry.
All good.
I just wanted to do a sending to possibly New at this point instead of Satoshi. Just checking in and saying, "Are you okay?"
Well, you get back a really positive sort of response. It seems about half asleep and slightly in pain.
But yeah, or they're finished. They're okay. We're all good.
They seem to be. You sort of get it's okay. Okay. What was that again?
Are the owls
She would
aches
laugh
and
back at him
pains?
and say, "You know,
What was that?
Are the owls aches and pains?
Yeah.
Or
Heart-
are they somebody poking him?
Well, hard to tell because sending you ask some questions, you get back a response, and
Right.
that's the spell.
Okay, so there's no way of knowing. It's just this very.
she's tempted to do another sending just to laugh at him, but she doesn't."
Well, that's fair.
Okay, so back to Calcrix. Sorry, you're just eating some food.
No, that's okay. Track down wherever Drachnima is at this point. Oh, wise Atruaghin man. Drachnima is immediately suspicious, I'm sure.
Of course.
Tell me about this sword.
And there is an ethereal, by God!
Which is
Why
amusing
do
from
it?
a
Sorry?
creature that this weapon is designed for.
You might want to turn your, put your mic closer, Jeremy.
Okay.
I just heard, all I heard was a low Atruaghin. That's it. I didn't hear anything else.
You see,
That's good because the response to "I know him" was no, quiet again.
Calcrix looks at Eden and goes, try that. Can you say a true again?
Calcrix fix!
I'll work on it.
I don't want Calcrix to fix the again. That would be bad.
Technically, it's the colours that matter, not the words. Your sword seemed to glow, and I had true sight. It looked very strange, and I've never really seen a sword, and it didn't know. I wondered if it has a purpose.
But he's blessed by Atruaghin himself, and he's
No, it's not.
trying to those who follow Exantiotl.
So, Atruaghin wants to also subvert Exantiotl specifically?
Of course.
Is that something he's always wanted to do?
Certainly, yes, if Calcrix demonstrates such a lack of understanding and knowledge of Atruaghin and the association between Atruaghin
Oh yeah, she looks as dumb as a post.
Right.
Dracula is happy to educate Calcrix at length on the religious processes of Atruaghin.
And to Calcrix's credit, she sits right next to you, wide-eyed, rapt attention, and takes everything in.
With the occasional, death the infidel!
But at some point realizes we have to go to sleep soon, so she'll go, Calcrix, sleep now, and pass out.
I like the idea of just Calvary sleep now.
After her 4 hours of trance, or before, Sager's happy to be on watch.
Well, you've got 2 elves who can tag team it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait a minute, who are the elves? No, I'm joking. You're all dragons, right?
Actually, Seika not so much.
No, but well,
Well, on his way there.
As far as Calcrix is concerned.
Well,
Even Lani's a dragon.
yeah.
Captain only needs 4 hours as well,
Yeah.
after he has his hour of religious observances and practices each evening.
so I've got plenty of people sitting up on watch.
Yeah, I don't know how visible my taking on the aspects of dragonness comes from.
Not very visible yet, but
Yeah.
we'll get there soon.
Lana takes full advantage of everybody else doing watch. Sleeps.
I'm sorry, little well, we dragged you away from the dragon, but we need somebody with a bit more diplomacy than I do.
That's entirely fine. It's
And Lani ends up having dreams of Francia.
oh, come on. There's a dragon there.
I'm sure I do.
Are you
I'm sure
get-
because that's
Can you
technically
see
where
me
I first encountered
getting past
Thanatos,
Calcrix to talk to the
so
dragon? Ain't happening.
that makes sense.
There's no point.
I'm sure that's when he first noticed Lonnie was.
Well, you were one of the few magic people in that world.
Yeah. So
Even though you're not a spellcaster, you were still a magic person compared to everyone else.
comparatively. Yeah.
So yeah, that world is where the clans from Glantry come from, which is where Morrigan.
Yeah.
But she's been living long enough. She's still technically 16, but she's been living long enough that she was on the world.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Any time.
And they went back there for World War II.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It was a fun time. We're just like, what is this world? Why is there no magic? So, it's good times.
Okay, so yes, morning comes around, and before you get much further, Ariadna Calcrix has finished her construction.
So during breakfast, she'll track Dracula down again, and she's like, "I made you this," and she hands over a package wrapped in a piece of silk, and if you accept it, I'll describe it for you.
No, it's fine. I've got a space over here.
But you're happy to accept this given an appropriate date?
As you unwrap it, you slowly reveal a pipe, and on the pipe is the incredible detail of all the Atruaghin clans.
Ooh.
And it's carved in the tradition of how the Atruaghin people do that, like her pipe that she got given by Atruaghin. But this one is particularly got Drachnama kind of at the top as kind of the chief, and then all the clans are based around it as it goes down to the other end. And she says, "Alas, I have nothing to put in the pipe, but I'm sure you have plenty of things, and this will hopefully help you keep in touch with Atruaghin, because I made it with his blessing."
Aww, so nice.
I'm sure it will be of great value and great use. Thank you.
Now she's got like 50 other gifts she's got. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Seika happily eats Eep's cookie. After yesterday, Seika happily eats Eep's cookies. And wonders if Eep could give us some cookies just in case while we're going to the
I'd have
giant.
to give you guys a supply, but was there any more response to the pipe, Jeremy, or had you finished?
No, they said it was a thanks for the generosity and the workmanship and involved in the blessings. So yes,
Calcrix will
I accept
explain.
the gift.
I wanted to honour Atruaghin in some way, and he suggested that I did this. So that's how I'm honouring him.
And the pipe does have 9 clans on it.
9 clans.
Yeah.
Love that.
Which clan are we missing?
4 of them.
That we'll have to figure out later, because from Jeremy's, from Drachnama's perspective, he grew up with 5 clans,
Yes.
And then there was the 6th clan.
Right.
And then there was a couple more clans that just piled on after that.
I thought there were
We found
10.
a few more down at the Isle of Dread.
Are
Yes,
the Blood
so-
Elves technically an Atruaghin clan?
No.
Okay.
No, the Platypus clan, on the other hand,
There's a Blood Elves clan? That's awesome.
there is now.
Well, it might be a platypus tribe, but not a platypus clan.
No, true.
Because there are multiple tribes in each clan, and each
you can-
Atruaghin
So
gains a
what are
totem,
the
a
clans?
personal totem, a tribe totem, and a clan totem.
Right, so the Kangaroo clan.
Draknama would know which. I know there's like a tiger clan, a elk clan, and like a Dragon Ball clan, but pretty sure there's a turtle clan.
And a
But-
horse clan
Dragon-
are the 5 core ones.
Yeah.
Horse, tiger,
Dragons often.
Elk,
dragon, and turtle?
and elk.
Yeah.
And what are the other 4 Draknama?
What are the new ones?
I have them somewhere, but I just don't want to spend the time digging them up.
Oh, I
That's
thought
okay. I
Draknama would know.
Yeah.
Grab them from you later.
Considering Kelkrick is the one that carved the pie. Presumably Kelkrick was aware. Interestingly, or is this the idea that Kelkrick only made this last night after hearing the word of Turin and therefore decided?
She did make it over a period of time.
I did believe it had a long-term thing.
Yeah, it has taken her several weeks, probably months, to do this. She's working on gifts for all of the party members in both parties, because she gets gifts as a dragon, and she knows that even though by dragon etiquette she has a right to that, she wants to still show her appreciation for her fellow party members by making them at least one really good quality gift in return.
Does that no need
She might be a dragon with her dragon sensibility because she takes too much time at the fight.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
going to say,
pretty
like,
much.
does that dragon no need for no obligation to return a gift apply to Fae?
Technically, if a Fae takes a gift, a Fae's screwed.
Yes, but if Fae gives you a gift and you don't give anything in return, you're screwed.
That is true.
Yes, it's
Fair
going to be you need it to be a trade, not a gift.
Mm.
But Calprix this is a no obligation, I'm not a Fae, I'm a dragon gift. If it was going to be seen as a trade, it's in trade for the fact that Draknama is always looking out for them. He often does the scouting and the survival things. He is a fun person to get high with, even though she thinks she might be underage.
Things.
Okay.
You'll be underage until you're 150. You know that.
If it's Kelkrick and Dracula together, it averages it out.
They're both legal age.
Okay, so a interesting thing on the morning is there is an ill omen on this day,
What is the ill omen?
an eclipse.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
So is this still the 28th or is this the 29th?
This is the first, because there are no 29ths.
Ah, okay, cool.
Every
It's
month is
starting.
28 days.
Yes. Because the
Is
lights are
there
see
any
that.
unexpected eclipse?
Yes,
Or
yes,
should
yes.
we has that sort of astrology or something connections that
Oh, okay.
Good, I know.
I'm for?
With my fortune telling stuff.
As a fortune teller, it is common that there's an eclipse on this day.
Okay.
Right.
It's not a great thing to happen, but it does happen.
So
What
it's not.
is
It's not
the ill omen?
The fact that it's an eclipse and creatures that are affected by sunlight aren't affected on that day, even when the sun does come back out.
I should have brought my tarot cards and I didn't.
Yes, but it's something that can be planned for.
Was I retrieve one? We're good?
You got 1,
Yeah, I've got one.
2.
Technically, although I think that's one of the ones that.
So we're splitting the party on a day of ill omen.
Yeah.
So,
I thought that was a good sign.
Sending stones
Good sign for
stood up, but
somebody.
also a cache of cookies to continue to protect people from Exantiotl.
Well, the cookies will be gone within 24 hours of being drawn.
Oh, okay, so they don't last that long.
No.
So, if I give them an extra bunch of cookies, they can eat them like on hour 23 and be protected for at least another day.
Well, it generally protects them for a little while, so they should be okay. But there's always the should.
I still give instructions to eat in like 20 hours time, so that it's extended by that itty bitty bit.
And I've got to fix my calendar because somewhere along the line it broke.
But this isn't like the first of the new year. We're still 10-11.
This is the first of the 8th month.
Okay, cool.
So last month is summer.
Only if we end up in combat. Sorry.
What did you say the pipe was carved from?
To be honest, I've forgotten what it was I discussed with Martin that I carved it out of. But it's carved out of I'm pretty sure it's a wood that I got from the swamp when you took us there to visit the swamplands.
Yeah.
And so I took some fallen wood because you don't break branches off trees, otherwise Thala, your friend back at Mount Dreadle, lecture you until the nth degree about ripping branches off living trees. So she's respected that tradition. So yeah, it'll be something from your homelands. Yes.
The base item is wood and it resembles the trees of the elk tribe.
Yeah.
Okay. I've fixed the calendar, so I'll quickly push that up. In case you need to look at it.
Looking up in my book what I wrote down about making it, because I might actually have tribes.
I know for myself, and I was like, right, carved from your part is the hotel. Did you say what it was carved from?
Yeah, no, it would have been.
It's hardwood.
Yeah, everything's being traced back to somebody's home.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
That'll be interesting.
Mm.
Because technically none of you know where my home is.
Well, we visited most people's home, but Calcrix has an E.
Yeah.
She'll find out in time.
Yes, not after, and not, sorry, we haven't visited anyone else's homes, except possibly mine, after getting and joining the group.
No,
So,
no,
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't think you guys know technically what type of elf I am. Because I can pass as season back.
you have mentioned it.
I think I have.
Yeah, you have.
You've mentioned something related.
I think I as a player have, but I don't think
That's
Shaker
true,
has.
actually. No, Seika wouldn't say anything about it.
Mm-mm.
No, that's true.
Because Seika would be brought up with, never tell others about this.
Well, Seika as a person is, I don't have anything unless I really want to.
And
Okay.
you know, her transformations can be explained away by season fate.
Yeah, I think the assumption is that you're a season phase. So,
Yeah,
who's going with whom again?
which is a
We have Seika, Luel, Father Pat and Lani going in one direction.
So you and Drachnama and Nadar.
In the other.
Well,
And lots
So-
of verses there.
It's a versus because it's who can win the game, because that's how you play D&D.
we currently
Right.
know Calcrix is like 18 sets of archers to, I don't know, 5 or 6 for everybody else.
Exactly, yeah.
Calcrix, I think, over the 2 sessions did well over 2,000 points of damage.
something like that. Redonkulous amounts.
But hey, dragons and dragons.
Mm.
Okay.
People doing big area of effect attacks.
So, do you give anyone? Did you give either a group, the other group, any advice before you head off?
I assume Calcrix knows more about dragons than me.
I will give you guys all of the information that I know. So I've given you a copy of my journals about my interactions
giants.
with the giants.
Yes.
Yep.
Everything that I've collected.
So the type of giants you have interacted with are
Hill
Hill
giants.
giants, but I've also learnt information about storm giants and fire giants and there's a third one. The ones in Yalarum.
Stone giants.
Stone giants.
okay.
So I have also done a legend lore ages and ages ago on giants. And I've given you a copy of my legend lore.
I was going to say
And the big thing about the giants is, unbeknownst to most people, they have a hive mind personality.
Yeah.
The more of them together, the smarter they get.
So in passing on more of that information, what they'll often have is, well, in my experience, it's been a matriarch, but it might be a male. But in the circumstances that I've learnt, it's been a female.
Usually.
They tend to be the person who gains the most intelligence, even though they have a hive mind. It seems to be the person who seems to be wisest among them. They really don't like dragons. But I managed to win them over by agreeing that dragons are in general stupid for trying to control the giants, and that giants should have freedom. They're very much against being enslaved, so if you were to try to persuade them against the master, it would be, he wants to be the next dragon. And he wants to be your master, and we don't want to be in control of you. If you help us defeat the master, you can continue to be independent people. I believe they're all trying to get their ancestral lands back. So when we encountered them up near Karamikos, they were just absolutely what's that thing where you're cannonballing a town? Like, they were like throwing rocks at it.
Oh yeah.
They were destroying the town basically, only because the town wouldn't stay out of their ancestral border area.
Right.
And they were happy that if there was an agreement for these guys not to cross their border, they didn't care that they were there. So that part of their reclaiming their heritage and reclaiming their right is very important to them.
And up until a few years ago, they had been forbidden to enter that area.
Yeah.
Are you
Well, the
telling,
dragons.
are you telling us about the Storm King crown?
Yes. Although, to be honest, I haven't managed to find my notes on the Storm King crown.
I know about the Storm King crown.
Okay.
So they also learned that the matriarchs of the giants had been asleep since they fought the dragons and wiped out most of the original dragons with the help of the Black Morians.
So that was something rather a while ago.
Technically, they didn't kill Mum and Dad, but, you know, they kind of would have if they could have.
And the crown of the storm giants put all the matriarchs to sleep.
But the giants are now trying to find it.
So they could wake their mothers up.
But
Oh no,
there's a theory.
all the matriarchs are waking up.
Oh.
That's why the giants are being congregated.
But they can be reasoned with.
Yes.
And most of the giant magic has started to work again.
There is a theory. That's another one that Eldrin is owes a favour to. There is a theory that the Storm Crown has been broken up because what we were told on Friday is that there's not so much a king in the giants. There's not so much a ruler. There are lots of nobles.
Yeah.
So the crown is an important symbol and or magical item that creates that gives leadership
Yeah.
to
And
people.
what Caltrix had also learnt on that was it had been fashioned by the dragons to give to the Storm Kings to help them dominate the rest of giant society and enforce draconic law.
So would it
It's
be
all
better
very
for it to
messy.
stay in pieces or be destroyed?
I should wear it.
Better for some, worse for others. Because the giant nation was destroyed because they were destroying the world.
Right.
Literally, they enslaved every other species, and the dragons had to take them down.
But
They're
then they
not
ended up taking the
technically,
dragons down.
or
It was basically that touch and
They're
go.
not
That
the
tag teaming. If
if that hadn't have happened, there would be no one left.
Feels like I guess the question is are they approaching things differently this time? Like, do they want to try and live within this world rather than just taking over everything and
Well,
then?
previously, the only people that were even close to them were the Black Morian and the Elves.
Mm.
Every other species was primitive.
Yeah, but now it's quite different.
Mhm.
So
Maybe they want it so that they can subdue the matriarchs again. It's a power struggle. But
I guess finding out why they want it and determining from there is probably a good option.
There's also the question that why they want it, but also depends on who ends up with it is another stuff we created.
yep.
And there's no one alive who knows how it was created.
But if the dragons from previous created it, then the people best in the position of figuring that out are probably the dragons.
There's no descendants of those who created it.
So even though Carrick says Bahamut and Tiamat as her parents,
They weren't the
wouldn't
one.
be involved in the
They didn't
creation.
create it, no.
So who would have been involved in it?
That is lost in time.
Okay, so maybe something that these guys can discover. I don't know. Is it important?
You won't know until you find the information.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
If you don't find the information, it's not important to you at that point.
Before you go, do you want me? It may be useless, but do you want me to do a legend lore on the crown at all, or on cloud giants?
You do know
We
you
don't
won't
know it's a
find.
cloud giant.
You do.
Don't we?
No.
No.
No,
Players know. We don't know.
Okay, we just know it's giants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And you know that you can't legend lore the crown.
I can't. Okay.
No. It gets you nothing.
Alright. Well, offer not worry about.
A lot of artifacts will be hidden in that way. Okay.
So yeah, I'll just give you the copy of the journals. I think Seika was going to be reading them.
Yeah.
At points over diet.
Yeah, she probably started on them last night while being on
Because
watch
I
with
did
other
mention I
people.
was going to give you those journals last session.
And she is inhaling as much knowledge as she can. She doesn't like walking into things without knowing.
You probably
She's
want
like
to-
children that way.
Yes, you probably want to read my book on dragons at some point.
Oh, I will.
If she was going the other way, you should read that first.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. That's why I didn't point it out to begin with.
But yeah, player-wise, we don't know about. We don't know it's a cloud giant.
Do we have a plan of where we're going to meet up?
No, that's why we have the stepping stones.
Because
The
you're not.
idea was to go around
And then fake it.
the mountain, like this big mountain, because we know to the east is the encounter with dragon. We know to the west is the encounter with giants. We just have to go around the mountain and meet on the other side. That's as far as we get.
But we've got Seika can do sending. Well can do sending. You can do sending. Do you have Namar?
I'm sure you can send.
And we have the settings. So.
We have the stepping
Yeah, and we have the sending stone.
I was going to say the fact that to get reliable sending stuff to share home with family and things like that.
I would be very surprised if Nadal
One
can't
thing
send.
the activity overnight was using Dreamcatcher to send Dreamforce through to the Sentinel of Dragon clan to get an update. Not that anything we go our way, but if you're quite a very
Okay, so heading out, you have a 5-day trip up the mountain
It's a little walk.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry,
4-day trip up the mountain.
Still a little walk.
As you both head off in different directions.
Yes.
So it's 5 days for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Single walking song.
So those heading west, going up the mountain,
Mm-hmm.
the entire path appears to be heading up.
Right.
Whereas those heading east, it goes up and down as it seems to be passing through a valley of the mountains. But more like the walking over the misty mountains than walking through an actual ravine.
Right.
And I'll see if there is anything bad happening in that time for both groups.
Absolutely nil.
Luckily for you, nothing bad hits you except for the eclipse.
I was just waiting for you to
That's
say,
so
luckily
worrying.
for you, encounter! Everybody roll initiative. I was waiting for you to say that.
I do have something that Hildren wanted to, not Hildren, Seika wanted to talk to Lani about.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So while you're walking in up the mountain
While we're walking.
path,
Yep.
And not encountering anything thank you, luck. Maybe there was a bad omen for everything else that they weren't going to find us. That's what
it's not even game.
Okay, so that's the bad omen.
Seika pulls out 2 sabers, well, 1 saber you haven't seen before,
Cool.
which is we haven't decided exactly what it is, but it is a rare pirate +2 saber.
Cool. It's probably an old scimitar of some kind. It's probably sick as hell.
Yeah, and like she's talking about it and stuff, and she also asks if maybe Lani has a spare masterwork saber she could use. They're her more melee, ray, probably also Reiku weapons.
Okay.
So for some of her forms, she uses sabers, but she has her rare her rare pirate saber. But she's looking for a masterwork saber so she can attach a +2 charm to it.
You are looking at the pirate saber. It does bear the mark of the Pirate King.
Oh, so
There haven't been many of those.
yeah. I would ask you where you got that, but I'm assuming that I'm not going to find out.
Well, you do know that the Pirate King is only ever crowned if they are also King of Irendi.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They are basically the head of the pirates as well as the King of Irendi.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
So one of the Dread Pirates claims the kingship.
Makes sense.
And tragically,
Because if
no
you're
one
gonna
pulls off.
be the biggest baddest pirate around, of course that you can win the king. That's how that works.
No, you wouldn't find out where she got it from. She's just like, oh yeah, I picked it up in my travels.
Yeah, yeah.
So
story.
wishes she was there right now.
So I mean, with the mark, would I recognize this as a relatively recent king or an older king? Or?
You're thinking it's maybe 100, 150 years old.
Okay.
So somewhere
not too far away.
After the founding of the islands,
Yeah.
and long enough ago that it predated a lot of the Theatin involvement.
Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, no, I'll tell her just kind of about how the Irendi kingship works and where this may have came from and about how old I say it is.
And
So
you
definitely keep a lookout for other items. But if you want to earn it the right way, you gotta get stronger.
and you do believe the owner of that was killed by the Theatin occupation.
So
When the
this is,
Theatins took the islands, they basically broke one of the last pirate kings.
So I would say, realistically, this thing belongs in a museum. I would tell you shouldn't have this, but also I got a lot of things that I shouldn't have. So
I figured you would have no problem with it.
I treat it with
Weapons
respect.
are made to be used.
Treat it. That is
It's a
100
lovely weapon.
That is 100% correct, and I'll give her all of the instructions on how to properly take care of it. Properly.
She smiles and nods, but her eyes are going, yes, I know.
So, yeah.
There's said to be maybe 10 of those swords in existence.
Sounds about right. So, again, I'm probably not going to get where you got this from. But
Just the other way, still good.
if you want to earn it the right way, this is the way you do it.
I'm not intending to become the Erendi King, but
I am.
She is. She's definitely aimed at it.
But hey, anyone with a sword like that generally gets the attention of any of the Arendi pirates.
Yeah, so also...
in a good way or a bad way?
Very good.
If you're not one of them, you've basically declared war.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is no quarter given.
I would
Ever.
Put
not
it away
use
if you're
this.
going to encounter pirates.
So
I would use this landlocked only.
Ray should definitely not fight Erendi pirates with this thing.
No, because that's an immediate sentence of death.
Okay, cool.
Well, basically, whoever can take it off you has earned the right to it.
Yeah.
And basically, they've got to kill the current owner to be the new owner.
Yeah,
Yeah. Player talk, it is one of my stolen items.
I figure.
But, yeah. And she's partially showing you this because she wants another Masterwork saber to pair with it for her dual wielding.
Yeah, would be cool. But Lonnie would suspect that it was stolen over anything, and again, just kind of hammering into the fact if you want to earn it the right way, you gotta find somebody else who has one, and then you gotta beat them in battle. That's how you win.
See, the thing is
I
that...
think it answers the question you're looking for. Where you find another one? Okay, go find it.
If I get a nice replacement, I'm happy to hand it over.
The chief that is with the sword is Thias Make.
So I can almost assume in history that our king was defeated by Thaetians. Thaetians then took it.
And probably just put it somewhere and forgot about it.
And that's probably how it ended up, wherever it was.
So technically, it could possibly, like, game-wise, I know it's stolen, and it's probably come from one of the Thiatan nobles, because I do at times steal from.
Or they
rebels.
traded it away, or it was gifted to someone, or all these things float around.
It's a possibility. I was given it for services to the Thiatan Empire.
Well,
Very
that's also
easily.
true.
But just basically think any stolen world history item by the British, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the Thaetian did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This weapon, you're showing it to Lani to learn more about it?
Yeah.
And to find where another one, maybe.
Yeah.
Ah.
First line, weapons.
Or just, I'm after another Masterwork saber. But,
Because they're cool.
because I have 2+1 charms. 2+2 charms, and one of them is currently sitting on my dagger. But I want to put one on my hair saber, so I've got +2 on both my sabers.
Okay. And yes, as you walk up
So
the
yes, we're
mountain,
probably talking weapons as we're walking.
is there anything else you discuss and catch up on?
No, I think for giant group, that's probably it. Anything in a dragon group?
Oh, yeah. I'm Dracula's worst nightmare. So, tell me about your history. Where did you grow up? Who did you grow up with? Did you have mums and dads? What were your mum and dads like?
All the things.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically, it's like I get to ask questions about your history and your people, and I want to know all the things.
Yes, what were you going to say?
I was going to say I probably asked Llewell if he'd heard from Immoral and if Immoral was okay.
I can check with him. I will send a sending to him and ask him how he's doing.
Because, you know, I do care about that.
Your spell finds no destination.
Oh shit.
Is that where the world lies? And it's like, oh, I'm sure they're fine.
There's...
Okay, so how does Dragnomir...
There's a couple of reasons.
So, like, the agreement, a lot of those sort of questions have to be done in the evening, because despite the fact it's a smaller party than it was before, but if the Dracula is still taking point while Caltrix and the Dar being the party in that sort of sense.
Well,
Dracula's not actually there to chat with during the daytime marching, and in the evening been asking those sort of questions. He's not evasive in any way about the answers, but he's obviously, his answers are based more around Atruaghin's, the tribe's histories and lives rather than tracking them as individuals.
And that's okay. Calbrix is interested in the tribe's history. She'll make notes in her journal, and after the initial sort of I'm busy doing the scouty, you should be doing your job while we're travelling during the day. Calbrix will very respectfully do what she usually does, which is go at the back of the line.
Well, you are the line.
You and Nadar, effectively, and the captains like the.
I was going to say, Calbrix and Nadar are probably talking books and spells and.
Well, Nadar's probably writing Calbrix, and Calbrix is just doing her usual perception sort of check for things. Hopefully not getting distracted by anything, because Nadar's on her back. It's going to be very hard to stop her from running off into the forest after the shiny shinies.
What's Calbrix's normal land speed?
40 feet, I believe.
40 feet, yeah.
What was it, 40?
40, yeah.
Oh, so we come in a bit faster than normal.
That is true.
That's why I would put Nadara on my back, because
Yeah.
we'd move a little bit faster. Also along the way, if I spot any herbs, flowers, fruits, just things to gather, if they're too far off the side of the road, I'll let Dracnima know I'm just collecting this thing or that thing. And
It's more of a mountainous pass, and there's not a lot of growth up at this height.
well, I said if
Yeah,
there was.
we also got a lot of side paths to take. Space either side of the pathway.
And because you'd been warned to take the path, you haven't tried to fly over it.
No, I'm not trying to fly over it or anything like that. I was just I'm sure even in the mountains there's sometimes occasionally little straggles of things and that.
There are.
So if there's anything that I spot that looks like it'd be
Most of it in valleys beside the path.
Oh, are you looking through
What
your...
change when we're travelling at half the normal space?
No, she won't
There's
hold
less
up.
people to try and keep Calbrix online.
This is her normal behaviour, which is she doesn't hold up the party, but the GM requires me to say I collect herbs and other things along the way, so that when later I say I'm making a tea or a food and I'm doing it with herbs, he's like, where did you get the herbs? And I'm like, I collected them along the way. And he's like, did you say you were collecting or looking for things along the way? So this is me ticking the box saying, if there were things to collect along the way, if not, that's fine, but if there were, I did it.
Yes, I will help with that, because I'm also an alchemist and herbalist.
Yeah.
Well,
So you're
and
doing
cook.
that.
You're with us.
You're with you
Yeah,
guys.
you're
I'm,
with us.
I'm in the other group, but it
Yeah.
means we've got two collectors,
Yep.
Um,
two different paths.
do
it's all happening.
you check your, like, a pouch of seeds and herbs and stuff?
Me?
Yes, you.
Yes. I regularly access it. Particularly
Okay.
at night.
So you find in your pouch
A spare hobgoblin.
some leaves, some sort of greyish green leaves and small green fruits and like some seeds that go with it.
So greyish
Leaves,
leaves. Yep.
small green fruits that sort of smells citrusy, and some seeds that seem to match and be part of, like, they're all bundled together in a little bundle.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of like that. You get a little bit of grass and you tie them all together.
Yeah, like it's a little bit of cloth, and inside it that you haven't seen before, and inside it are some dried greyish leaves and some, little green citrus fruits.
I need to do a check to identify what I found in my
Be a nature check.
roll. My nature check.
You could spin it if you wish.
Well, look, if I've come across things that I don't remember collecting, she's like, ooh, and then she's like, ooh, and then she's like, no, should probably identify what that is before I stick that in my food.
Oh, just go for it.
Sorry, a bit of crossover.
Yeah.
Caltrix has been having a bit of a rough time in Friday.
That's okay. So that'll be a 25.
Should be able to identify it on that.
Okay. So you think that there's something you've heard of from the Feywild. You've heard they make really, really nice teas. Because they smell, when you smell them, they're sort of herbal and there's hints of clove and mint. And you've heard from possible Fey connections that they're used in tea making and make really, really good teas.
I make.
Does she know the name?
She should know the name.
Bergamond Grey. So you've got some seeds, some leaves, and some and some fruits of the Bergamond Grey plant, which is a Feywild plant that is used to make tinctures and teas.
I look over at Nadar and I'm like, I presume you're not the tea gathering type person, and you didn't put this in my thing.
Her response is, "What's tea?"
I will make you some tea.
Okay,
And
she says happily.
I'll make a sample of this tea, and then I'll make a note to thank the most obvious probable contributor, which I think will be safer, because I know this one collects Lul collects things from the side of the road, but he doesn't usually add it to my stuff without saying anything.
No,
Usually he's kind of like, here's some of this and here's some of that. So I'm like, we have to come up with a plan to secretly put stuff in her things too.
Caltrix is having a rough time on Friday night, so
It-
Morgan
it-
felt
it's more
the
than-
need to give something.
He's more than happy to secretly put
Into
stuff
a
in someone
surprise.
else's stuff.
Oh, I think those sweets that we got from Lara, I think at least a couple of those.
Okay, so back to the people going up the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
You've had an entire day walking through fog.
Sounds like today.
No actual sunlight, no air movement.
Sounds like today.
Yeah.
Karge's looking happy.
I will sing a country elven walking song.
Okay, off.
Seika is, of course...
I can't get lost. You can't get lost in this song. It's written that way.
Seika's probably looking unperturbed, but sticking to shadows where she can and...
Well, there's no
being
shadows, there's no
perceptive.
light.
Well, yes, so it's all...
I have
I
my
was
shadow
gonna
and
say,
practice walking. in it.
Yes. I'm practicing walking in the shadow, but I'm watching everywhere.
Do we get a sample of this song?
You probably hear it as we start walking, so you'd hear it disappearing into the fog as we
Well,
walk
I
in
would,
different
but
directions.
you guys would.
It probably would echo over the mountain range.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
if I put the volume up, yeah. So.
Just to give the dragon.
So the dragon would be singing in the distance.
If I can pick up the
Yeah.
words, I'm going to start singing along.
Sound often
Oh,
carries
no.
strangely in fog.
Even better, Cabrix doesn't know the words. She's just going to make up random words that follows
along
the
with it.
tune.
Yes.
You're singing an elven walking song?
Yes.
Seika pulls out...
An instrument.
Didn't
joins
decide
in.
on what instrument she uses in which form.
The steam organ.
No, I can't remember what instrument I've got for her.
I'm presuming it's called.
But yes, she pulls out... I don't know, something, probably a lute, in all honesty, something you can travel with, and starts playing along.
This is where Lonnie knows that Dracula would be yelling at us so hard right now, but Lonnie's going along with it, so it's perfectly fine.
Constantly aware, but I'm trying to look nonchalant, so playing along.
Lonnie
with
is
the
taking Drachma's role by being the person ahead. Not as far as Drachma goes, but being the person ahead and trying to perceive as we walk along, going as carefully as we can as we're hitting the fog and not being able to see ahead. So,
Well, you do see the path. The path is the only thing visible in the fog.
which is funny. So, magic.
It sort of has a golden glow to it.
Is it?
So,
Right.
with that,
Magic fog.
we can assume that we're likely being watched by now. So that's why, we're not being subtle. We're not being subtle. We're not being intimidating. We're trying to be welcoming should anybody want to talk to us.
Hi, we're singing a pleasant walking song walking through the path on a mountain.
Is there like rocks and trees and stuff around us, or is it just like a...
There are no trees. There are outcroppings, but it's basically up the side of a peak.
Yeah.
And it's sort of would be getting steeper, but it seems to be going
Which is
around
why I'm
and
trying
around.
Which is why I'm not trying to like dodge through and sneak up through rocks and stuff. I'm
So
like, okay,
basically-
let's do...
We're climbing up a spire.
Mm-hmm.
Right. At least it's better than
Let's do the, hey, we're non-threatening.
Which
at least it's better than one thing I did see once.
No,
No.
you're
Where
separate.
people were doing
One was going to the giants, and one was going in a different direction.
Yeah, I'm just having a
got
look
up
at
some
my
distance
visualisation.
and then the fog cleared and been walking up a knife edge. And on either side of them was more than 100 metres of drop. And
Yeah.
it was a quarter of a kilometre before it started to level, widen out a bit.
Yeah, I think Seika's going for the...
That's
We're staying on the path.
I think Seika's going for the non-threatening.
We can
Yes.
hear the sound of little...
The sound carries, so it is echoey and sort of not sequential.
Unless dragons are advisors
You
to
can
be
go.
quiet.
yes.
But I figure if Lul's singing, people are gonna figure out where everybody is anyway.
Yes.
So I figure singing along is not gonna do any great harm.
If it's echoing and I can predict the echo, I'm going to sing rounds with myself.
Oh, I can do rounds. We could do rounds together.
And occasionally you feel as if Calfrex is amongst you, singing different words to your song.
As long as they're constant with how the song
They're in
goes,
tune.
then it's fine.
Oh yeah,
At least there's that.
She's a songstress.
Mm.
And there's an occasional death to the infidels thrown in.
I'm sure that one we can hear just fine.
Yes.
And after a day walking through this fog, you find yourself stepping up to a plateau.
Hmm.
And attached to this plateau is a what looks to be a castle rising up out of the fog around you.
Ah. What
Though
style of castle?
it is, think of it very, I'd probably say very Eastern sort of style castle.
Okay.
So a lot of curves, sort of flowing between levels, and basically towers that are walls that are hanging over nothing. So
Go on, attack
they
this.
feel very
Japanese,
they feel
Chinesey.
they feel very
Sounds
organic,
like more
not
Chinesey.
not just static.
Mm.
So not like the Western ones that are like walls done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just very...
Yes.
It's like it's grown over time.
Yeah.
And
well, the other thing is the Japanese and Chinese ones. You've got different parts of the castle, and they've got big defensive bits, and then they've got things they can attack you out of on top, and there's narrow roadways between them to channel you.
and
So
as
they
you,
lead you in, and then they kill you inside the castle.
as you're looking at it, you can see from the where the sun is that you have just spent the day walking underneath the castle.
Yes. So if they wanted to attack us, they just drop rocks.
I know they could have just dropped the castle.
Well,
You can see
that's a big
the
attack.
amount of rock it has there.
Yeah.
Looks there's more rock in the castle than on the peak you're standing on.
Right. So it's not built on
There's no
the top of the
pictures
peak,
of
it's
this,
just
is
placed
there?
on the peak.
I can't imagine.
So,
on the clouds.
so think clouds around a outcropping, and then this castle is butted up against this rock.
Yes.
And then as you look out around you, there are multiple other castles, all of different styles, all amongst the clouds around you. Each of them of different sizes and shapes, each having almost a unique look to it.
Cool.
Would this trigger anything in my head from anything I know?
Never seen anything like this before.
Nope. Okay.
It's nothing
Looking
that
out for any sort.
it's nothing
No
that's
bardic songs or no old tales.
No one ever talks about meeting the cloud giants.
Right.
Mainly because the cloud giants aren't known for their hospitality, and there is always the one tale of this human who grew some beans and stole from a
Yeah.
His name is Jack. What a weird name.
yeah. And when he killed the giant fell on him, and that was it.
Mm,
Yes.
Didn't kill the giant.
no.
No.
No. He got up, wiped the stuff off his bum and climbed back up again.
What do I know about, like, do the giants like art and music, or do, like...
Everyone sees the cloud giants as loners who never gather ever for any reason whatsoever. You'll rarely find more than one together.
Right.
And
So-
looking around you, you can
Yeah.
see more than 50 castles in the clouds.
Yeah, they're kind of
Okay.
I mean about giants in general.
Giants in general, they rarely gather in more than 5.
And, like, they're not hospitable, but do I know anything about them?
They considered ignorant, barely literate, if that. They are always nomadic, they have no home, and they basically curse to wander the world.
Right. So, castles, let's look at that book again.
Basically,
'Cause this is none of that.
up until recently, the fact that the giants have been gathering has been an ongoing tale.
Yeah.
Because no one's ever witnessed the giants gathering.
So I don't think that, coming up as a troupe of entertainers or anything isn't going to help us. It's
No.
we don't know what we're walking into.
Yeah.
This goes against every concept of giants we have.
On the
They're travelling bean sellers.
So high where diplomats will wish to talk is probably a good start.
Yeah.
and
Beanstalk insurance agents.
on the castle before you, you can see at least 20 giants on the walls. And they look small.
And giants, not one of my listed languages, so I need to do something.
It's on mine.
I was going to say, I
Yeah,
actually
well-
have giant as a language, but they
Yes,
don't,
well,
they don't really want to talk to me.
actually, they don't like this. On the other hand, I can always make myself understood.
And
Sounds
they
like I'm translating.
Yeah.
and you can see the
I
crackling
do actually speak German.
yeah, that is the giant language.
Yes.
And you can see the crackling of lightning arcing between the various castles.
That's cool.
And it seems that the one that you're right up against is the center of it all.
Can I be in my guild craft today?
You could.
Good, because guild has comprehend languages, so I can cast that once.
Well, you can technically keep casting it as a ritual.
Yes.
Okay,
She's
so
not a spellcaster, so this is where I'm.
You're making it up.
as you walk up to the gate, it's further away than you expected.
Well, things are going to be out of whack visually for us because there's giant scale. So if I think of myself as 6 inches tall, I'll be about right.
As these giants are a lot bigger than what Calquith had reported.
which indicates the type of giant is. Well, they're not hill giants, because they're the little ones.
But we know that when they're gathered, they're smarter. And there's 50
That's
castles
right.
with multiple guard giants in each castle.
Yes.
And they're bigger.
Which we've
They're
got-
bigger than the giants we know. So that means, based off of
They're-
what we know of giants,
They're,
they're higher on the hierarchy.
they're living in clouds. So cloud
Does
giants
size,
would be up
does size have anything to do with hierarchy in giants?
Yeah, the higher up the hierarchy, the bigger they are generally.
Okay.
So storm giants, the big ass ones.
But they're bigger than storm giants?
You could probably get cosmic giants.
No, I mean like us, cloud giants bigger than storm
Oh.
giants.
No.
The average hierarchy is storm giants at the top,
Yeah,
which is why it was the crown of the storm giant king.
yeah, yeah. Storm giants include cloudy things, and so on. But yeah, we've got to assume that at the moment each castle is basically at least as smart as we are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, the giants, I wouldn't talk down to them anyway.
No.
Because, hey, diplomat, and I'm not stupid.
You don't look down on the giants. Got it.
Hey, I can get above them if I want to, don't you?
Just trying to figure out. No, I think she's in Seeker form.
Mm.
Like, I don't think she thinks any of the other forms will give us something extra.
Mm.
Okay, by the looks of things,
Finding things out would be useful at this point.
all of the giants here are air aspected.
Yeah.
That
And
is what season?
that is, I believe that is autumn.
Yeah.
So that would be Ma'ika. But
That's just going on.
no, she'd
Resonance.
still be she'd still be Seeker. She wouldn't have
Yeah.
known
Yeah,
she's
you want,
walking into this.
yeah, you'd want to go on capability, not resonance.
Well,
And
Ma'ika's still a talker, but Seeker doesn't know what she's walking in on.
Yeah. So, being the alertness.
Mm.
Yeah.
as you get close, you see that the doorway is sitting at about 30 feet in height. And that's just barely taller than the guards.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
As you spend the time slowly walking across to the doors, you see Lowell sort of change more air in his appearance.
Yes.
Because you got that fancy cloak.
Well, there's also the fact I will actually be changing airwards. Yeah. Actually, I did want to check with you on what I would actually have to do to use what I've learned how to do.
So you appear to be completely air aspected.
Which means my hair has gone white. Probably even blue white. Be appropriate for now.
That would be cool.
And the fact my cloak is billowing anyway, it's going to billow a bit more.
Yeah.
And there is a sound of a large drum being hit as you realize it's just the butt of one of these guys' weapons striking the stone.
Okay.
Cool.
As they call out wide, you approach the castle of Amabel.
I will introduce us without going overboard, which means there's only going to be like the top 5 of Lani's titles.
Yep. We're avoiding anything with giants.
Castle of.
I don't think you've got
Amabel.
giants. I don't think you've
Fire
got
giant.
Yeah.
I have
So-
a bane of fire giants.
AMABELLE.
Yes.
Sorry?
So
Cool.
AMABELLE.
yeah. Yes.
Seeker's
So you do
taken
actually have
her-
giant slaughterer as a.
taken.
Yeah.
Seeker's taken her like almost servant spot behind you
Yeah.
that she likes to sit in when she's in this form and meeting people.
Yes. Hi, I'm a servant in the background. Ignore me.
Yes.
Yeah.
When in this form, that's her response to
Yep.
formal situations.
Yes. So introduction and sorry, what was
Sorry.
the approach we were going to take when we were talking about?
We
the
were
giants.
gonna talk. We were gonna sort of see what's going on, get a feel for them and where they are.
Right.
We were going to possibly try and get them to help us out with versus the Master, with the idea of the Master wanting to subjugate and rule. We were going to get a feel for possibly anything about the crown, the Storm King's crown.
Yeah, but that's not going to be primary at this point.
At this stage, we're definitely in a... We're here to meet and gather and offer...
Yep.
Offer the diplomatic... we have a problem. We could help with a problem you may have, but the idea is that we should be friends.
So a gathering of like capabilities based on, well, the Master's a bad boy.
We also know that this was probably... We think that this was probably what will aid us in our long-term quest.
Yes.
Was
as
our
opposed to
assumption.
our short-term quest. I
Yeah.
don't think that was ever
Um,
confirmed, but it was our
is-
assumption.
It's definitely something that will aid us, but we have to point something for them as well.
Yeah, but what we're focused
we
on
can-
talking about, we're not talking about
Yeah.
Wendar and the
No.
Lady of Vengeance, we're talking about the
it's
Master.
just, it's all going to be about the Master and basically joining forces to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the other thing we've been discussing on the way up,
So
and also last night.
we are a group that had heard of some, I don't know, why would we be here?
Well, we're here specifically to
Appeal.
offer our own capabilities and ask for theirs in regard to the great threat to the world of all peoples, the Master.
But how would we have known about them? They're in Denagath, which nobody knows anything about.
But we don't need to know about them. We've walked up here going, there's likely to be something in this direction. We found it.
Okay, cool.
If
We're just
they
venturing through
Yeah.
the world, finding people to help in the battle
Finding
against the
like-minded.
Master.
Yeah,
Yes.
finding like-minded.
Yeah. And
Okay,
if they ask
cool.
specifically how we end up going up this path, we can tell them where we were given guidance by a diviner.
Yeah.
Which is true.
I just wanted to make sure, like, we weren't going to say, they weren't going to go, how did you know about us? And we're like,
Yeah, but the big thing is because if you've got a hive mind, chances are they're going to be pretty good at, say, insight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we don't want to be lying unless we're really freaking good at it.
If we do need to, I've got some stuff, but
Yeah.
avoiding it is also good.
Yes. But that's part of the point of being a diplomat, is tell the truth your way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is...
It's the
so-
fake truth.
Yeah, so that, yes.
Nothing's technically untrue.
We aren't coming with any ill intentions. So I'll say
No.
that.
Yes, beware the fake diplomat.
Yes.
Okay.
So yes, it is high. We have travelled up to meet with you to offer our aid and ability and knowledge, and ask in part for yours to fight the great threat to all our peoples, the Master.
So I will make it a diplomacy check because you've actually made it a persuasion check as it is, as you've managed to get their interest.
Ooh.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for. Which also means I don't get a D8 for that, I get a D6.
This character doesn't have guidance. Can't help with this.
I cast guidance on myself using, I can cast sneaky spells so they don't see me casting it.
I was like, how can I help? Oh wait, hang on. Wrong characters.
Yes. So I actually get that twice too. Not that one. One bloody multi-sided dice.
I'm watching reactions. I'm trying to read them.
Hold.
20.
Nah.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's 38.
Okay, and so as you're doing that, they go, "Oh, the Shadow Elf is here."
Ooh.
I facially do not react because that keeps happening. And of course, when you've got this many giant minds together, what's the history skill like?
And they say that the matron said you would come, and she says she has summoned you to her throne. He
Excellent.
points up to a tower in the distance. And he says, "Follow this path." He points, as you see a glow lights up that you believe you've been following their path for the last day or so.
I'm not surprised at all.
And it will take you to her. Deviate from the path, and we will excise you from our kingdom.
I bow in thanks. Thank them vocally. And we walk up the sparkly path.
Okay,
No
give
reason
me
whatsoever to
a...
leave it, so we won't.
everyone gets to make a wisdom
Are they
saving throw.
speaking Jorgen?
They are speaking in such a way that you're understanding.
Okay. I'm just wondering if I understand or not.
Basically, you're hearing words and your brain's going, "That's what it says. That's what it says."
Okay, cool.
Right.
Interesting. I might
That's-
whisper that to
yeah.
Lowell as we're moving.
That's
I can't speak giant, and I understood that.
that's very similar to a trick I can do. Surprising.
14.
Nice.
I rolled terribly.
Yeah, well. So we'll say if you say.
Is it like
I got a
tongues?
thing.
It's not like tongues.
Okay.
No. Good thing I got a
Basically, whatever he says is understood by his target.
Yes.
So I don't need to use my comprehend languages. That's okay. I
I
don't
What
know
did
what
you
else
get?
Seal gives me, but
Lower than she did.
And what
Not
was
by much.
Seika's wisdom save?
wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
Let's-
So far, we've had 2 failures.
What have you guys rolled?
Bad.
Bad. Oh, and I rolled with
Wisdom.
advantage.
Yeah.
Oh god.
My high roll was a 5.
Just straight wisdom save.
Yep.
Oh, I'm screwed.
You're screwed. I got a 5 total. Actually, no, I got 12 total. But
Please 20.
I mean 15.
hey, you beat both of us.
Yeah,
Not
you
with
Okay,
dice.
so the 3 of you are sort of looking open mouthed at this guy who's
Yeah.
just... His words are just basically so impressive that you're almost losing track of what he's saying.
What did Lani get?
14.
And you think if he actually had asked you to do something, you would have, just simply because he asked.
Well, he has just asked us to walk up the path, so we've probably found
Why
ourselves
wouldn't
50
I?
feet up.
Nice.
Do I get advantage on that because it seems like it's a charm thing?
Sure. You would always roll lower.
Yes. Yes. It is a... Yes, I got advantage because it's a charm thing, but I had
That's
advantage anyway.
22.
22, okay. You do feel the compulsion to do what he asks,
Hmm.
but it's not quite as strong, though. He does come across as extremely charming and fey-like.
Yes. We've already started walking up the
Fey-like.
path without thinking about it.
But hey, very few people have actually seen cloud giants using their magic.
Hmm.
Okay, but I can tuck away the fact that it feels fey-like.
And
Yes,
you
I have
believe you
interacted
have
with the fae.
another 2 to 3 days of following the path to reach the tower.
Okay.
It's a good thing I can do. Cool food things.
How's Father Pat?
Complaining.
Stomping.
I was going to switch to Calcrix and Jeremy, but we have Calcrix sort of stepped away for the moment.
That's alright. Keep going.
I would also possibly wait until they stop seeming so charmed, and then tell these guys that it felt fey-like.
Takes over an hour.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Looks like we're traveling for another 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
But just as a heads up, that felt fey.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
did. Well,
Fine with
That's-
me.
I-
They didn't
it's-
ask anything extreme.
it's actually similar to the reaction I've occasionally had on people.
But that might tell us something about their magic.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
It's very mind and charm based, if not specifically Fey. Fey giants would be an interesting one.
Why not?
Yeah.
They're in castles, stone castles that are floating in the clouds.
This
That's
is
true.
why Lonnie's original build was, if you don't have brain, they can't make you do shit. Unfortunately, she's learned some things. Now she has brain.
Yes, you do.
And hey, the dumber you are, the less you question what they ask you to do.
Yeah, see?
So it's bad.
I
either
wish
way.
my
Unless you feel bad about it.
I wish my expert talent applied to my, not that this would have affected this in any way, applied to my proficient saves.
Yes.
That would be nice because I'd never be able to roll less than a 16 or a 16 on intelligence saves or dexterity saves.
So,
Yeah.
3 days after you walk through the gates, you finally make it up to the matron's tower.
Yeah.
And all around symbology of a religion you've never heard of.
One I've never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen it.
None of you have ever seen it.
Can I work out what it might be based on the style of the imagery?
It's all using runes that no one could ever translate.
So my decipher skill would have been
And you see
Might be able to read anything. Also doesn't mean
this
anything.
this language that you thought long dead, so dead that no magic could read it, not even your
Magic.
previous versions
Yeah.
of Aldrich's reading. You sort of realize now it is basically a giant runic script.
Yeah.
And much like the Nithian language, this language got banned. They always every version of Jotun you read was using a different script.
Oh. Okay.
It was all in the language of whoever
Someone else.
had translated it.
Which indicates that this is actually Jotun's script, but I've got no way to read it.
You do get
So-
images of what it is all about, and
Ooh.
basically this is the pantheon according to the cloud giants.
Cool.
You sort of get a feeling that each of the giants has a patron,
No,
and
that's-
they all connect together. But no one had ever had any proof of the giants' pantheon because that all history and language of that was destroyed by the dragons.
Of course, because That's just gonna.
If he explains that,
I'm
I am like
I'm
trying to take
gonna-
in as much information as I possibly can.
I'm going to be saying this while writing it down.
And
Just notes.
most of this upper day of travel is almost traveling through the history of the giants,
I take notes the whole way.
including them meeting the elves and subjugating the elves.
I am not going to let that affect me.
No.
Meeting the
Professional.
Blackmorians and warring with them, and then eventually allying against them against the dragons. And then the history just stops.
Yes, because that's when the
That's
dragons
when they
stomped
lost.
on them.
Mm-hmm.
But this remained.
And new stuff has started to work in. Basically, they woke up and they were more powerful than when they went to sleep,
Good to know.
having slept for 10,000 years
Hmm.
and not aged, but aware the whole time.
Oh. Well, yeah, you spend 10,000 years having a really good think, and you'll probably generate some power. Come up with new spells, all sorts of fun stuff.
And it says, and it starts going in that once the matrons awoke, their places of power started to work again. And they had
Yes,
been
because
idle
that's
for
what
10,000 years. And this version of it, unlike what Calcrix saw, talks about how each of the matrons is an avatar of their god.
Oh, that's not surprising.
New history added matrons asleep for 10,000 years but aware.
Yes.
Each matron as an avatar of their gods.
Said to be also a child of the god, but avatar and child are sometimes fairly hand in hand.
And what was it that they're not idols, they're
Avatar.
what went dormant and has started working out?
All their places of power. And from what Lowell can see, Olympian pantheon was based on the castle of the cloud giants.
So the Olympian with Zeus and
Yeah.
They're more of the poor man's replica.
so the Olympians are the poor man's replica of the cloud giants.
Yeah. Which is seriously amusing considering how much of the opponents of the Olympians are giants.
Yeah, that is funny.
Okay, so while you reach the matron's room, we'll move over to Drachnamar and Calcrix. So after 4 days of travel through the mountains, you find yourself looking out over a ravine that crosses through the mountains, separating the... I'm trying to remember the name of the places completely. Denagath proper from the mountain range that you're in. And there is what appears to be a bridge spanning this chasm.
So it's separating Denagath proper from
The mountain range. And the chasm appears to be over a mile wide, and you can't see the bottom.
We've crossed bridges like this before.
And what's the bridge? How's the bridge constructed? Does it appear stable clearly, or?
As you can see in the distance, it appears fairly stable, considering there is a overly large blue dragon
I was going to say,
sitting upright on it.
I look for trolls, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to see trolls.
So the blue dragon is sitting on the bridge.
You're sitting on the bridge, yes.
Is the bridge made of stone, wood?
Appears to be made out of stone.
Okay.
It is wider than about 4 carts side by side. Most bridges are determined by the number of carts that can cross it simultaneously.
Knowing that we were coming across a blue dragon from the divination previously, Calcrix will look up at Drachnamar and go, may I make presentation of gift to dragon first?
Certainly I can help work, obviously it's like shouting ahead at that point acts so different. When we spot it, he will pull back and let the others be aware of the upcoming obstacle / opportunity.
So Calcrix looks up at Drachnamar and says, I've made a gift just for this blue dragon, knowing that we were going to come across a dragon and knowing dragon etiquette. Do you mind if I present my gift and introduce us?
You expecting the blue dragon? You know who they are?
I don't know who they are, just knew that there'd be a blue dragon and that from the divinations that we did before we decided to separate from the other party.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that said, Calcrix will approach Dragon, will bow, will introduce...
Is Nadar still riding on you, or are we having Nadar looking?
Well, yes, I would place Nadar... Yeah, then nobody rides a dragon.
Put Nadar in the corner.
Yeah, not in the corner, but yeah, no, I knowing how some dragons feel about being ridden by anyone else, yes, I definitely would have placed Nadar, who I had forgotten all about.
Well, you'd probably think it would be mainly the elder dragons don't believe anyone should ride them, whereas the younger dragons don't care because they don't follow the rules.
Oh, I don't know the age of this dragon or anything, so I will
say if it's
not be ridden, but I will.
If you ask, it was a shoulder ornament, like how you have like a fox fur on or something.
How the well has like the little illusionary dragon.
It'd be a case of
I'll occasionally peck
when it comes, well, first of all, Nadar's dragonborn, so
yeah,
you know, and second of all, look, if it comes up, I'll deal with it then. Right now, Nadar's, I've allowed Nadar to dismount so that I can approach with the appropriate amount of respect, bow head, speaking Draconic.
So just to put it in, so basically, so we get to the end of the bridge at our end. Nadar is either dismounted earlier, or I say the sense that Dracula had came back to let you know what was ahead.
Yep.
So yes.
Yeah,
You
definitely not.
Nadar off before you actually got inside the bridge, but either way, Dracula will actually take half dragon form, and then Dracula and Nadar will allow Calcrix the lead, and we will be following probably basically on either side edge of the bridge.
Yeah,
if you like Drazzle's
down the middle, and we're down either side, like back probably 10-20 feet or so, allowing the opportunity for A, see what's going on, but B, clear line of sight if necessary.
So as you get close to the bridge, the blue dragon prances around in circles and starts doing jazz wings.
Do I understand what that means?
You have no
It
idea.
means they know you.
Okay. Can I do a check just to see whether I should do jazz wings in response? I do not want to end up accidentally married to the blue dragon.
Accidentally?
So I just want to check that this is a greeting, not a proposal or something like that.
That's sure.
I don't know why I zipped up my dice thing. Probably because I knock it off. And
Well, it's easier to unzip than to dig off the floor.
Yeah. So what kind of check is this?
Make it a insight.
That's upside down.
You're trying to figure out, is he proposing? Or she? Who
I was
knows?
going to say,
Does
do
it
we
matter?
know it's a he?
well,
Hard to
with
tell.
dragons it doesn't matter really.
Most dragons you can't tell the sex by the look.
Oh no, I was just thinking, part of me went, future Calcrix.
Yes.
31.
31. Well, they're not acting like an adult dragon.
They're not acting like a what?
Adult dragon.
Adult dragon.
They're acting
Okay.
like they're your age.
Oh, okay.
And they probably know you. You are rather famous amongst the dragons.
Calcrix will respond in kind and pull out the full Jazzwing's charisma performance. And
Okay, he tries to do a performance off against you.
I'm rolling my dice.
Dragon dance battle.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got this. It's not a 20, but it's a 19.
It's okay, he rolled a 2.
He trips over himself.
Oh dear.
Trips on his wings.
Gets caught up in the jazz wing.
So
Doesn't faceplant Because he didn't roll in that
it's
one.
about
but-
35.
Yes.
Okay, so that they got about a moderate 15. That's not too bad, but that they tried.
That's funny.
At which case, at the end, I'll say, "Well done. That's a very impressive effort for someone
Coffee
Who-
and dancer.
who I don't know that I've actually taught this to."
Oh, he's read all about you.
You, one of Drazel's books.
Yes, there's lots of them. He
Yeah,
says.
they're-
looking off to the side as if a guilty pleasure.
Oh no! Don't call it a guilty pleasure. I will. If you don't have signed ones, I will give you signed ones. I have lots of signed copies.
He's been reprimanded for reading him in the past,
Oh yeah, that happens to me too sometimes.
but apparently a new one keeps showing up, so he's happy.
Who keeps showing up?
A new book.
And you, yes. He's prolific. I find that some of the best, most entertaining authors are.
sometimes.
I am formerly Calcrix. What may I call you?
Brilfer is my name.
Brilfer.
Brul
Brul
Efer.
Efer.
He's
Rulifer.
he's been hired to keep the undesirables out. Of course, that doesn't mean you.
No. Oh, wouldn't. Can I, Brilfer, introduce you to two of my very good friends and friends of Drazel?
Minions, okay.
Uh,
Minions approach, he says,
He has no
Yes,
option.
this is
and he sounds so happy saying it too.
this is the well-respected Drachnama, who is the chief of the Atruaghin tribe and the including Dragonborn,
So
Dragon Clan.
Dracnomir gets a head about the size of a horse in his face, going play.
Before play, we don't want to forget to Nadar, who is an apprentice to Drazel.
And he sort of moves over and says, play.
Calcrix is like, I would happily engage in play.
Tyranny in blue
But-
dragon form.
Probably not on the bridge.
The bleak dog on Friday.
Maybe if we may cross to the other side, or go back to one side, we could play for a little bit
Best friends with an ag speak.
before
I remember that.
discussing more serious things.
He quickly picks up Dracnomir and Nadar and starts bouncing along to the other end of the bridge.
Okay.
The sooner they're there, the sooner he can play.
Oh dear.
I presume you allow yourself to be picked up.
Enthusiasm with wings on.
Not complaining as yet.
Well, hey, it's not like they've actually been amongst young dragons who haven't grown up amongst humanoids.
That said, once we reach the other side, I'll also introduce Eat. Eat plays this great game where Eat disappears. We have to catch Eat for a hug. First one to get 5 hugs out of Eat wins.
Oh dear. Try not to get eaten.
Eat knows this game really well and has played it with dragons before. And it is usually utter fun.
And hasn't yet eaten one.
Eat doesn't eat dragons.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What about his favourite food, which happens to be a type of dragon?
Yeah, that's fairy dragon.
Yeah, it's still a
Yeah,
dragon.
we're not fairy dragons, we're fine.
Yeah, I know, but he likes fairy dragons.
Mhm.
He eats dragons.
She doesn't eat dragons at the moment.
Unless Calcree says bad fairy dragon, in which case then it's fair game.
But
No, she wouldn't be wearing her necklace with the fairy dragon claws yet.
no, I don't think so.
Of course, just as a side point, you counts as dragon.
Yes.
Yes. And
Do you want to play with Rulefer? Rulefer?
So from Dracnomir's perspective, you are stuck with a 10-year-old with ADHD issues.
And Calcrix has just switched on her ADHD mode to run him out of energy.
Oh dear. Poor Dracula.
Well, she's let Drachnima and Nadar sit to one side.
He basically, for Dracula, it's back to the beginning for his adventuring career.
So it's Nikolai.
After the unleash.
It's Nikolai.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. And remember, it was only a mere 2 years ago that you had a 10-year-old Calcrix on ADHD doing, running off after the glittery lights, and she's not too much different now, except that she knows there's times where she's supposed to be serious, and there's times where she just can't be serious.
So you end up with close to a day of play before you can get the dragons to settle down.
It's a part of the diplomacy, and Calcrix privately enjoys playing with another dragon. She's not done that for a very long time.
And you have the feeling that if you weren't dragons and you come, there might have been a completely different response.
Oh, yeah,
I'm pretty
absolutely.
sure that the dragon is trained. Anything not dragon.
So I'm guessing without the going to become parents one day in a couple, you've got the how to train your dragon version of hopping about on toes and wings flipping and dirt dragon angels and the whole bit going on.
Absolutely.
And so, Dracula will quite happily partake and participate, taking full dragon form, i.e. still at a very small dragon size, and therefore quite happy to play tag and dodging the attempts for the larger dragons to try and catch him. So.
That's Calcrix's, if you asked her what her best day would be like, it would be trying to catch Drachnima. And Drachnima letting her try to catch him, but then not catching Drachnima. Because that's less fun than actually catching Drachnima. Trying is the fun part.
And as Dracula can likely stay uncaught for quite some period of time.
Oh,
If he decides to be.
yeah.
I imagine Nadar sitting off on the side,
Probably
reading and writing some notes and
Yeah.
And
And
Calcrix,
occasionally have a dragon roll over her.
Calcrix will offer Brulifer a cookie. And
tea.
only special coffee for Brulifer. I suspect if we add caffeine.
I'm assuming the same you give the Axby?
Yep. The special coffee.
So far, that's the only
Even
coffee
though
Morgan's
Dracula's
been
only a
allowed as
smaller
well.
dragon than you guys, he's still got a base move of 60.
Yeah, no, I've only got a base move of 40, so I know I'm not catching you.
And Brulifer only has a base moves of 30.
So there you go.
I'm definitely.
He's a bit slower.
And Dracula can be stealthy at 60.
And
we know that.
and even though he's older than Calcrix, he's smaller than Calcrix.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So he at 10, he's older than me. 'Cause I'm
He's the equivalent of 10, but he's over 100 years old.
Oh, really?
He's,
So he has
he's close to about 150.
So he hasn't
okay.
grown.
That is.
He's
Which
he's
is-
grown at the standard dragon rate of slow.
Because
As against
Calcrix
Calcrix's
is magically
rubies.
grown.
Calcrix has learnt.
Yeah.
He hasn't learnt.
Gotcha.
Learning is power to dragons.
Yes.
Just got older.
So they can either grow through age or learning.
So he's growing through age.
Which means he's the equivalent of a 10-year-old. Even though he's hundreds of years old.
I think playing with him is probably going to be an experience Calcrix hasn't really had.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And after the day of playing, he does talk about how he's to stop the non-members of Denagath crossing the bridge. But of course that doesn't matter to the dragons, because of course they're always welcome everywhere.
Well. The nice person that I met, who told me where to go, he said that he followed the Draconic Code, and I think anybody who follows the Draconic Code is a good person. And speaking of etiquette, I would like to give you a gift.
He's quite happy with that. He says he hopes when he's older he gets to swear it in the halls of the dragons.
To what in the halls of the dragon?
Swear the dragon code.
Swear the dragon.
He's considered too young.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
If Dracula picks up any hint that, like prior to the description of it or things like that, but this dragon was, at least under his understanding, there to guard the bridge, whether or not he would actually, he was probably more likely posted there to get him out from under their feet for a while.
Yeah.
But
You
as
got it
whilst
right.
Dracula is playing, he will also be constantly keeping an eye on the bridge and ensuring that the duty is not slackened.
Yeah. That is much appreciated because Calprix is honestly using all her energy playing dragon and being dragon. So the gift that she gives him is a small carved blue sapphire jewel that is in the shape of a dragon. And she says, I have been practicing my jewel craft and I am trying to create a offering for the Great One, and I have heard through divination that I might encounter a blue dragon, so I made this with you in mind.
He says he doesn't have much to offer in return, but he says you might like these. He pulls out a pair of gem-studded daggers.
Ooh. Calprix looks at him and says, thank you so much. No gift could be greater than the one that you've just given me, for I have never played with another dragon my age in this way. I've been brought up in the world of serious diplomats, and I don't get to have fun with other dragons very often.
He says he's always willing to play.
That is. Thank you very, very much for.
He hopes in another 350 years he might be old enough to, take the oath.
Well, if you decide to go down the same path I've gone down, which is one of learning and self-education, you could probably take the code earlier.
Well, he is a practiced spellcaster.
What kind of things do you learn?
He casts spells that mess with people's minds
Ooh,
and reads them, so he can mess with them better.
That sounds fun.
that sounds like it could be a lot of fun.
Well, he finds out what their greatest fear is, and then he sends it at them.
That sounds extremely mischievous.
Well, it means he doesn't have to confront them if they're running away in fear, screaming.
That is a point I did not think of.
And occasionally the head goes pop, but that doesn't happen very often.
Very often.
These things are risks one takes when one is learning.
Well, when that happens, snacks deliver.
That's true. I have to say that's true. And anyone who's coming to cause you problems, that you feel you need to make afraid and go away, probably deserves to be a snack.
And my favourite one is invisibility.
I was gonna say
Imagine when you just sit on them. He says, looking up with a smile.
Caltrix kind of looks down and goes, imagine if I just sit on them.
He says it would be funny.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
Caltrix whispers in a very cheeky manner, hoping that Dracula doesn't overhear. What if you fart first?
Well, you don't do it first, you do it after.
You can't escape.
Captive audience.
Well, you know. So what she meant was, if you fart before you eat them. Well,
Seasoning, he says.
Well, if you fart and then do prestidigitation to re-flavour it.
Well, Lua would fit right into this conversation. And I'll mention it. I'll just say, my good friend Lua would fit right in here. because he would do something like cast prestidigitation and then turn that part into an actual flavour.
He laughs.
We're actually here to actually do. We have a mission of sorts, and we've all come to speak to. I can't remember what his name was. Sorry, no, not Fred. That threw me for a second. I'm pretty sure it started with D, but I'm hoping Rihanna has notes.
You probably found that out on the day when I wasn't here.
No, we have it somewhere.
Hang on, I think I've got. There was Shedrack.
Shedrack was the one who told us to go.
Shedrack told you to go. There was conflict. Shedrack scouts teleported home. Head to the settlement of Garand. Beware of brigands. Nope, I have no notes about a person.
Oh, it's okay, I know I do.
It's somewhere.
It was definitely in the session I was in for though.
We are going to see the Shadow Lord Redriar. Redriar.
Were you looking to specifically talk to the Shadow Lord first?
Yes. We wanted to talk to the Shadow Lord, and we need to find out
What was his name?
what the
the
King of Wendar has done to make the Lady of Vengeance angry at him, so that we can help resolve the conflict between them, so that they can live peacefully. So she explains that she needs to seek audience with
Shadow Lord.
with the Shadow Lord. But I was given a name in particular. The problem is I have like 6 notebooks at the moment.
It would have been session 137.
This looks. No, I don't need Rangy Froze. I'll tell you that much. That'll make Martin smile.
It makes me smile.
So you refer. If you don't have notes on, if I've not actually set up beforehand, the dragon will tell you that the Shadow Lords currently is Landrin Teriak. Landryn.
I did not have that name.
Teriak. And he's the guy who hired him to protect the bridge from all undesirables.
Is it possible to send a message to his herald and seek an audience with the respectable Shadow Lord?
No, you just rock up and talk.
Okay. Well.
It's worked for him.
So we just go in.
Some people.
No advice. What's he like?
Yeah, he's small.
Yeah.
Talks a lot. Occasionally gets the words right.
So he doesn't know Draconian?
He tries, but just doesn't have the mouth for it.
Yeah. So human?
Not really too sure. All 2 legs look alike to him that don't have scales.
Yeah. Well, some have pointy ears and they're taller and they're a little bit smarter and occasionally there's some fun.
They taste
A
similar.
little bit smarter.
And then the shorter ones, they usually
Funnier.
they either talk a lot or they shout and yell at you, or they are funny. Like I have a friend who's a human and she's like not quite a pirate but a pirate, and we like to play pretend pirate, but she also has all these weapons and she likes to hit people with them, and that's fun.
You're not playing
He seems quite amused by your tales. And quite happily sits there and has that look of eager. You think he likes all his fantasy stories that he reads all the time.
Do you know how to write?
This is Nikolai.
He does know how to write.
Would you like to be my pen pal?
More than happy to, he says.
Well, if and she gives him her seal. If you use this seal on your notes,
and you can send me letters, and I send you letters.
He's quite happy to do that. He passes on his sigil to you so you can
Sigil, that's it.
can communicate with him as well.
I'm sure in the future he will learn that some of those books were partially ghostwritten by Lonnie that he loves.
Yes.
Well, hey, at that point, Druzzle still has no idea what male and female mean.
That's why Lonnie is partial ghostwriter.
I have a feeling
to add to the drama.
I was going to say, I have a feeling that Brulifar is too young for that kind of a conversation.
I was going to say, is he really reading those ones?
No, he's not right.
I'm sure he just skips those pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like...
And they... imagery.
Lonnie's one of the ones that adds the drama and pizzazz.
Yeah.
Because sometimes Drazzle can get a real dry with what happened. It's like, oh, and then this, and then this, and then this is this, and then some sort of pun,
It's the Tolkien
I'm sure.
problem. Tolkien is great, but he reads like a history professor.
So she explains to Brulifar, we've been given a mission from Drazzle himself to do this task.
Sounds exciting, he says.
So you may read about it in the future, and I'll make sure that if Drazzle writes it, that I mention you.
He's so excited he might be in another book.
Yeah.
Another book.
Oh, he was in one, he just didn't understand it.
Oh, which book were you in?
I can't remember it too well. He read it a while ago and it got taken away from him.
I see. So it might be about your future then.
Well, he was told he wasn't supposed to read it, so he read it.
Yeah, I get told that. And I do that anyway, to be fair. But that said, we should probably go on to the Shadow Lord to
More and more convinced that
talk the business stuff. But on our way back, if there's time, I would love to play with you again.
Well,
He says...
any over
He sort of pauses for a moment and goes, I can walk along as well.
But then please, I'd love to talk to you more about... did you grow up here? Where did you grow up?
No, he grew up in the Dragonhood.
Oh, okay. What was that like?
He sort of does a...
I understand. My time that I've spent there, I felt similar.
As long as you can read and write, which you grow up doing, because, well, all Hatchins can read and write.
That's true.
And know most of our histories. You're not really sure what the teachers are teaching you because they're so boring.
Well, I was kind of lucky when I went there and I had to learn from them. I was already a little bit older, so I kind of understood what they were trying to teach me. But I have to admit, there were times where I ran off and went to play because, well, it was too tedious to stay.
Well, currently you're down as the youngest dragon to have ever gone through their training.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it makes
It
sense.
not normally takes most dragons 500 years to get through the training.
Well,
Something about having to repeat the thing to the... What were we talking about again?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Well, then.
we were talking about where you grew up.
Oh, okay. I grew up in the Wendarian Ranges
Yeah.
with the dragons.
Yeah.
It was fun. And boring.
When
Yes,
Darian
very
Ranges?
much so. Not the Worm's Teeth Mountains.
Well, Worm's Teeth Mountains, I meant. Sorry.
Worm's
Wrong
Teeth
ones,
Mountains.
because I believe you're in the Wendarian Ranges
We are
now.
correct, yeah.
Did Drachnamar ask any questions in amongst all this while we're walking along?
Okay. No, he recognised that this young dragon is not necessarily going to be the source of wisdom.
No, but he might be the source of interesting information.
Isn't the phrase that wisdom often comes out the mouth of babes? You should be listening to this young dragon.
But I'll ask him, do you just about what's his favourite things to do?
Oh, his favourite things is to go rah rah and watch people run. It's funny.
Yeah,
I mean,
I get that.
Same, but I don't get the same response.
No, you won't.
You started doing jazz rings to see if it'll make any difference.
Oh, well, I have to give you a brief lesson in jazz rings.
Gotta teach him the technique.
Yes.
Yes, 'cause
One
you've
has
tried it
to
before.
sit up on one's hind legs properly, and then once we've mastered that, then we spread our wings out, and then we do the jazz wings.
This isn't spirit fingers. This is spirit fingers.
Yes.
So that's what Dracomir gets for the next 3 or 4 days. Conversations between dragons.
That's your.
Mhm.
As he realizes that the blue dragon really doesn't know a huge amount of stuff. He's very enthusiastic and distractible, probably not very focused. And
so what you're really getting is the fact that conversations between younglings are the same everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Caprix recognises this as well, and she's just more trying to give the youngling the best experience she possibly can.
And considering he was paid to look after the bridge and he's walked behind, forgotten all about it because you're here.
Will you get in trouble for leaving the bridge?
He just shrugs, what are they going to do? Banish me? He laughs.
I don't know. Have you ever walked away from it before?
Couple of times, maybe.
Okay. Well, you could always say that you thought that these were important guests.
That sounds great, we'll do that.
If you remember.
Remember what?
Yeah. No, this will work out.
All dragon
just
babies.
well.
are-
I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble.
It sounds like.
Unlikely that it is a important post.
Yeah. Well, probably not.
I suspect the access entryways are potentially more well guarded and secured, and that possibly your friend here was placed in a sense of importance and duty, and possibly helped go up, but without necessarily actually having to do duty.
Not being in any actual danger. Yes, my sense as well.
He does say if people were getting too much onto the bridge, his job was to knock it down.
Well, I'm certainly capable of doing that.
Yeah. It's stone. Just pushing off it goes.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, push again. And then keep pushing.
Find another stone. Push.
And if there's someone on the stone, push them off too.
It's like that one game.
Caprix will see
penguin game.
if Grulfer is happy to teach her one of the spells he's learned, just as an exchange, she'll teach Jasmine to a spell or something, just for something to do.
Well, he concentrates on invisibility because that sounded the funniest.
Yeah. Invisibility is a lot of fun, and she knows the invisibility spell.
And if you happen to know the Stinking Cloud spell, he thinks that would go perfectly with what you're describing.
I don't know if I've got a stinking cloud spell, but
I don't think you do.
I'm pretty sure Eat does. Eat, do you have a stinking cloud spell?
And then there's a big area full of just terrible smell.
This is the most sulfuric smell you can think of.
Imp farts
Yes.
from eating imps.
Probably
Caprix
still
is now
doesn't smell as
thinking
bad
to
as
herself,
Hilda's natural
do I
with
get Eat
disadvantage.
to teach Ruler
on
for the
goblins.
stinking cloud spell? Or will I get in so much trouble from the Shadow Lord for doing it that I'll fail in this mission because the dragons do it to everyone? So she's like, a shame I don't actually know that, but at least Eat can do it.
Okay, so I'm going to wander back to the others on the
Yep.
castle.
Yep.
Okay, so it has been quite a few days and you've reached the doors. Over that time you've heard that Calcrix and Drachnamar have caught up with a dragon that has unlimited energy.
I'm sure that was Dracula on the sending stone. Was like, you thought Calcrix was ADHD. Man! She's medicated comparatively.
Just really steady compared to Calgary.
Yeah. So now you guys will appreciate me a little bit more.
I live with Brilfer.
Yes.
I appreciate you always.
Yes. We wish to experience we wish to recreate the experience. Feed Calcrix caffeine.
Yeah, Calcrix already drinks caffeine. She
I
drinks
know.
it to slow herself down. Actually, that would be interesting.
Mm.
Would coffee actually slow him down? Because coffee tends to slow people with ADHD down.
Chemically, it probably would.
It
Who knows?
stabilizes them.
I am going to
Probably
try
work,
it on
actually.
one of the days. And
Part of
I'm
the
going to
reason my husband
apologise
drinks
to
it so much.
Draknamar and Nadir first.
Mm.
I'm going to see. Does coffee do for him what it does for her, which
Okay.
is slows
So
her down?
you do the whole sit down, do the coffee thing, and we'll
Yep.
find out when we come back to you how
Yep.
it went.
Okay, I'll do the full
Oh,
performance
dear.
for him.
Okay, so as the doors open up
Yep.
on the Cloud Giant throne room, you can hear a very deep humming sound coming from inside.
Mhm.
I guess we've figured out the cloud giants, right?
Yes.
Even though we know nothing about them, we know that they are cloud giants.
Well, we've now
From-
gotten their history thanks to Luell
Yes.
narrating as we walk along.
That's right.
And from Luel's perspective, it's like, I can read it now. I've been seeing this almost all my life, and it meant nothing.
And now
Now you have
it's all
contracts.
there. And if I write it down for someone else to read it, someone's going to try and kick it out of my mind. Unless we tell them. There are so many things that I can't tell any of the Immortals.
Oh, Saker is storing all of this away. This
Calcrix
is
hoping
useful.
that you'll eventually pass it on to her.
Oh,
Oh, happily.
Oh, definitely. You're the one with the book on giants. You're going to need to know this stuff.
Definitely.
She'll
No.
probably make up a song or a bardic tale for you about it.
Mm.
Her aim is one day to broach
She'll-
peace between dragons and giants.
She won't be as good as Satoshi, but she's not too
Yeah.
bad.
So sitting on the throne is a 30-foot tall giant. She has beside her at least a 40-foot long axe.
That's like 8 meters, right?
Yes.
And the blade of it seems to be made
30
up
feet's 10
of
meters.
condensed
Yeah.
thunder. You
Yeah, I
can just
can
hear
see-
you can hear the vibration from here.
Yeah. Yes. She's waving a thunderstorm around.
Well, it's just
Well, has a thunderstorm ready to be waved around.
So Zeus. But, like, Zeus's better older brother.
Yeah.
Better older sister.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
She asks.
I feel that Morrigan would get along with her very well.
She does ask where Calcrix, the white dragon, is. Her sister has told her about her.
She's on a mission to another person that needed speaking to.
There is someone more important than me.
For what our present task is and our present path, you and the dragon that Calcrix needs to speak to are of.
You're gonna say that a dragon is
Is
of equal
equal
importance
to
to a giant?
Yeah.
May I?
Diplomat.
The dragon needs to be appeased to persuade them to do what we wish.
You know how dragons
May I
are.
suggest?
She looks sternly at you
Yeah.
and then breaks out laughing.
Yeah, I was going to say, just suggest that, you know how
I know that was a-
dragons are so
It was a little
difficult
bit,
and stupid.
yeah, it's a little bit blatant. But yeah.
Because Calcrix would have said take that time.
Yes. Hall would have put that rather better than I just did, but yeah.
At least you
So she.
You can smell. She says she can smell the dragon kin on you.
Dragon King or Dragon
Kin.
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 K-I-N.
Because
Yeah.
one,
Because it's
Just-
like,
one we hang out with
Confirming.
Calcrix. Two, because he going dragon over here.
Plus I've been near Drazzle.
Yeah,
yep, and Nadal.
yeah. I was gonna
Yeah.
say we
And Dracula?
we hang out
And-
with
yeah.
dragon.
Yeah, lots of dragony stuff. And
Is she just looking at Luell or
Well, she is sort of looking at Llewell at the moment. And says,
I'm just more thinking like King of Wendar, focus on Llewell, or is it?
Well, she's so big enough that when she's looking at Llewell, it looks like she's looking at all of you.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she's big enough that, like, her just looking is kind of like looking at all of us, so it's a little bit hard to tell.
Yes.
She can easily focus on all four of us at the same time.
I was just trying to figure out if it's like the librarian or like the Wendarian king.
And so she asks, why have you come to my domain?
To discuss possibilities and paths for you, for us, for both of us, in regard to the Master and the threat he poses for the world.
She laughs. He's not much of a threat to her.
Yet.
Even if he succeeds in his quest, it will not change her or her people.
Including the other giants.
They're not her people. She'll be sad to see some of them go, but they are outside her domain. He has no access to the sky. And if he was, she would strike him down. She does not like challenges.
She does not like which?
Challenges.
Challenges, yeah.
Yes, he's the sort of person who would consider you a challenge the same way you dislike him. And he would try and take you on. He would find some way to approach you. And there are so many interesting people out there that he's going to harm.
We do know that he has taken giants prisoners. Like, he has giants working for him.
Does he have
like
storm giants though?
Cloud giants.
Cloud giants.
sorry.
No. So,
She'd be sad to see the other giants wiped out or taken by him. But they're not her people.
Care about them the same way.
Do you represent the dragons?
no.
No.
Can you get a representative of the dragons?
Yes, and if necessary I can be one, but I'm not one at the moment, unless I need to be.
She thinks and says, well, I need someone to... she's thinking, she does not wish to war with the dragons again.
Yeah, Caprice is in the wrong group.
A reasonable desire
Last time it didn't go so well, she said.
for anyone.
Are we talking about the original dragons that for the storm clouds?
10,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Would they know that the dragons, aside from the clutch?
I'm not sure. What knowledge they have seems to be based on what the people have learned.
Okay, cool.
So this is where we would offer that we can be her representative
Yes.
to the dragons.
I can do my job
Yeah,
and represent both to each other
exactly. You can be the mediator.
and be a connection, a voice of reason and moderation for both sides.
So you're not a representative of the dragons, you are a moderator between
Yes.
cultures.
Yes. I can represent the giants to the dragons and represent the dragons to the giants, but I would not want to be one or the other, at least at this point.
She does say that you could only represent a clan of giants at a time.
Which makes sense, yeah.
Not all the giants will
Have a sim.
have that sort of feel. He does know that the matron of the fire giants does not seem to be getting on with the dwarves in their lands.
Yes, well, not entirely surprised.
Both of them say they were there first.
You know how dwarves are.
Yes, I know.
And none shall pass.
We've had some dealing with dwarves. So,
Tend to be real stubborn.
She would
Yes.
find
Right.
it interesting if you could help there, but she doesn't recommend it because neither side has, what's she going to say, common sense at all, ability to comprehend.
they both have fiery temperament.
Well, she would have expected it from the stone giants because, stone giants and dwarves a lot alike,
Right.
but incapable of admitting the other exists.
Hmm.
We've encountered that as well.
Yeah.
Dwarves are apparently good at that one.
Again, Saker is filing everything away.
If you can find a way to get an agreement with the dragons, she will find some way to assist you in the future. But she cannot interfere with anything unless they can guarantee no reprisals.
I will attempt that. It is definitely something to aim towards, regardless.
Well, she does say that the draconic accords prevent her people from interfering with any other race.
She says the draconic
Accords,
Mhm.
yeah.
accords. Right. Are these the ones for the dragons that are now don't exist, or the ones that now exist?
Both.
Okay.
The draconic accords were written and enforced by both sets of dragons.
And is this Accords holding just the cloud giants back, or
This is meant to hold all the giants back.
they
seems
seem to
that
be the only ones following it?
So,
Well, the only giants we've encountered that are following it.
as a player, can I suggest a question for Lowell?
Yeah.
What would they do if the Accords lifted them? How would they intend to expand? Like, are they planning to overtake the world like they did last time, or do they simply want more freedom? That's a question that...
We would have to. Well, we couldn't remove the Accords because that just takes the brakes off both sides.
Well, they... Yeah,
But
but it'd be good to know what their goals are.
yes,
And most of the
Both
accords
sides.
meant that she was to slumber. So technically she's in breach of the accords.
yeah. Well, I won't bring that up.
Well, she does.
Yes, and the dragons almost definitely know about it, but I'm not going to bring it up
And
because that would poke them a bit much, and I don't want to do that.
question
So-
for GM.
Mhm.
What actual influence does Calcrix have in terms of helping the giants and the dragons achieve some sort of better agreement?
Well, the dragons would be accommodating to whatever you ask, but they would then ask a thing you wouldn't want in return.
And that's for me to represent one of the two sides. And if I
Well,
absolutely-
technically you can only support one side now.
Yeah, and that's Bahamut, isn't it? Which she's not going to do because she knows that supporting either side is the
Can't
end
choose
of-
between mum and dad.
Well, if you choose one, then
It breaks
war,
out.
war
It's
breaks
gonna-
out. You choose the other, war breaks
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, world-ending war breaks out. So
That other way.
she,
I remember
she sees
that.
herself as she might as well be the master, in the sense that if she chooses a side, she will bring about the destruction of the realm she loves. So in actual reality, she doesn't have the capacity to influence in these accords.
Though you do have a dragon with you, you could coach.
A blue dragon.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that is that metagaming too much if I spend some of my playtime with Rulifer talking about my dreams of helping of how the dragons had once done their thing, and
at the very least, we're probably going to send to you tonight and explain what's going on.
And after that, you could literally do that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
You wouldn't think to do it before then.
Yeah. Okay. No,
You were too busy playing and enjoying being young
Yeah.
and carefree.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
Now you get
That's
responsibility.
why I asked
Grow up.
Yes.
that's why I'm asking
She does also say to Llewell that one of their favourite pastimes is watching the politics of the smalls, as she refers to them,
Yes.
from afar, and their petty squabbles.
It is an interesting pastime. My pastime is to play with them.
She says she has spent ever since she was created watching.
You would have seen a lot of interesting things, even if they only turned out to be interesting afterwards.
All the green men from space was strange.
that's technically who we represent, isn't it?
Yes.
They talked funny. Magic didn't work on them.
Is
the
Red
green-
green?
Is that the red? Is that Red Range people? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. So
But they learned to speak her speak.
they did.
And they sold many of their weapons to her people.
Yes, and you know one of them, and he's trying to get a lot of it back.
Well, they no longer have any of those because the dragons destroyed them all.
Yeah, well, he's trying to get back what he can.
Plus, she doesn't believe that those weapons are worth keeping.
Or a good idea to keep, in some cases.
Well, they could charge them themselves,
Hmm.
as they were all
Minuscule lightning.
Yes.
but the fact that they were able to destroy regions of the world
Yeah.
by accident.
Yeah.
Yes.
They carved out mountainsides.
Yes.
Yep.
Big destructions like that is why the person we know wants to get them out of people's hands.
She would be happy to assist if there is a need
Is this with the weapons?
with the technology. She doesn't believe the technology should be given back.
Give them back or take it out of people's hands either way around.
Well, no, give them back to anyone.
Mm.
The technology, if it exists, is hidden away.
Mm.
She doesn't think
And,
they should be used.
and she had a bunch of it for a while. She doesn't want it back.
Mm.
So that would be interesting because Redrune's looking for leads, so if she's got any leads or she's
Oh yeah.
willing to help or give you contacts, that's something that's worth doing.
She says Wendar stockpiles some of it, as does Alfheim.
Do
So pretty well everybody has some stockpile.
No one but the elves stockpile. Everyone else wants to use it.
Yeah, there is that.
I think I've just thought of the price of brokering fees between
Yeah.
Wendar and Shadow.
Mm.
Hand over the weapons.
Give us the techie stuff.
Yeah.
And but the elves won't admit that there is tech because
It's against their belief.
Yes, it's against their belief, but they've got
Mm.
stores of it anyway.
because they're trying to keep them away from people because they can't destroy them.
Yes. Of course, they'll probably have to leave some of them behind because the Shadow Elves may find some of them, and that's going to be not good.
Because they're more than happy to use them.
Oh, good. And they've got enough technological knowledge to work out how they work. They
They
not
do.
blow themselves up immediately first time.
And they may make an alliance with the Rakasta.
Yeah, that would be... Several amounts of bad things.
There you go, Prince. Be good.
Mm.
That's one of your jobs.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so
Possibilities.
she does offer you a wager on the current conflict between Denagath and Wendar.
Between who?
Denagath and Wendar.
Who's Denagath again?
Shadow
The Shadow
Yes.
Lord's place.
Yeah. Yes.
Is it the city or the town?
Yes.
He's saying the name of. She's saying the name of the country versus the name of the country.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yes. So the conflict we're presently involved in.
And if you
So-
can successfully guess the outcome, she will give you a boon. Otherwise, you will owe her.
Our outcome is peace. Well, our goal. Is this where you use divination?
asked for time to talk about it.
To strategically think of which bet we would like to place. That way we can talk to Calcrix.
To have a quick talk to Calcrix and Redrian. Yes. For such a wager, I would not place... I would not place a position on that until after we have been able to think about it and discuss it. It is a reasonably large consideration. Could we have some time?
She says, sure. How much time do you need? She's had a lifetime.
A day or so?
She can give you a day. Though the days are getting longer as we're floating north.
We're in the middle of summer.
Hmm.
Well, end of summer.
Yes.
We are currently over Denagath, she says.
How long before you pass out of Denagath? Because that has uses.
A day or so, she says.
Very well. Thank you. A day then.
Just north. Onesies.
Up to the northern lands and go and be Odin at people.
To the burbs. Going north for the winter.
She does answer Seeker in saying that they do prefer the northern hemisphere. And generally close to, but not with the others of their kind. Basically, if someone was to attack them, they would see that as provocation.
Mm-hmm.
An agreement or no agreement, they would try to protect their kin. Though thunderbolts from the sky, very few people will know what caused it.
So
Yeah,
close
very
to, but not with their kin.
Yes. Very, very fright.
Mamma mia, mamma mia.
Yes.
Okay, so while you're having your day to think about it,
Yes.
back to Calcrix, you find out from Llewellyn that what they've been doing, and you're travelling through a forest heading deeper into Denagath.
Having discovered that, I will need a representative at some point to help broker a deal between the Giants and the Draconian Code, I will explain to Rulafar. I will say, have you thought about your future and what you want to do when you grow up?
Yeah, bigger, he says.
Oh dear.
Would you aspire to be like someone like Drazzle or me?
But you were Drizzle and he says, why would I want to be
Not be us.
would I not want to be myself, he says.
You would be yourself, but some people see what other people do, and it inspires them to do things similar to that person too. So I work to try and help save the realm so that all people can enjoy it. But one of the things I believe in, because it's something that I learnt from my childhood, was I was kidnapped when I was young. I was not brought up amongst the dragons. I was brought up amongst two-footed small people.
Should we go kill them and make them pay?
No, the two-footed small people were very kind to me. They showed me love and kindness, and they gave me food, and they protected me, and they made sure that until I was old enough to protect myself, that I was safe. And from this I learned that not all small people should be murdered, and not all of them are lunch. Some of them you can have a conversation with, and they're funny and they're kind, and they can teach you things that you never thought that they could teach you, because to be honest they looked a bit too dumb. But I learned from them, you know.
You're wise.
Well, I guess that's why I'm asking is I wonder what Brulafar wants to be one day. Does Brulafar want to be wise? Who is Brulafar?
Brulafar is an explorer. He likes to see things.
I do too. I've seen many things being a part of this group. I don't normally just travel with Draknama and Adar. I travel with a human called Lani, who I've told you about. She's very funny. She tells a lot of jokes, and she's got a very direct way of talking. She's taught me how to speak to people directly, and I know an elf called Luel, and he's different. He's taught me how to speak in circles around people until they don't know what you're talking about, and they agree to do anything you want.
That's not a bad description.
And I know of another elf who she changes different seasons. So sometimes she's like autumn, and sometimes she's like summer and the fire, and sometimes she's like the winter and the cold, and air and thought, and so she encompasses all of these things. But each of these things that she becomes is almost a different person of itself. And I would not have met her if I did not go out into the world and explore. Is that something you would like to do?
It sounds exciting, plus it will annoy his elders.
Would you like to know something else that would annoy your elders a lot?
Rapidly.
Well, there's some elders out there who believe that giants aren't people as well. But I've learned giants are people too, and that what the dragons in the past did to them was actually really horrible. It was like what the goblins did to me when I was just a a newborn and they enslave them or they kill them. And I think the giants deserve a bit more freedom. But no one wants to make a friendship between the giants and the dragons. And I think it'd be an incredibly brave and rebellious dragon who might try to achieve that.
He scratches his chin out going, you sure he can annoy a lot of people with that?
I think you would annoy almost the entire dragon community with that one.
Sounds like a goal in his life.
It was a goal in my life, but it's one that I don't think I'm able to achieve.
You're corrupting
But
me.
if you are happy to work with me, I would like to try and help you achieve it.
He's more than happy to try to annoy the entire dragon community in one go. That sounds like a plan.
Best joke ever.
Yes. Pop stuff.
I would also like to help you achieve your other goals as well, though, not just this one. So if there's other things you'd like to do that you need my help for, you just ask.
No, he'd like to meet Drazzle someday.
Drazzle's sick at the moment, he's getting better. But when Drazzle's better, I will ask Drazzle if we can come and visit you.
Sounds good. When do we start? He really wants to get to annoying people as soon as possible.
I will start telling him what I know about giants, what I know about dragons, and what I know about the situation between them.
Well, you know a lot more than he does because he never paid attention in history.
No, and I suspect that he's not going to pay attention now. There's going to be a lot of repetition.
Oh, he's very excited in paying attention because it's all about annoying other people.
But I'm going to tell it like a story so that, it's easier to remember.
He does ask Draknamar's opinion on it because you're also a dragon. Does Draknamar believe this will also annoy all the dragons?
Yeah, I would suggest that, yes, action that would be beneficial or hiding with the giants would likely annoy other dragons, but that's not necessarily a goal you should be aiming to achieve.
He says, why not? He's a kid. He's allowed to annoy everyone.
It's appropriate to pay attention to one's elders, recognizing that you cannot judge people or anyone only by their appearance. Everyone is different. There are good and bad representatives of all races, and it is important that you develop the wisdom to recognize the good and bad in all.
And he does a big raspberry towards Draknamar at that point and says, you sound like one of the dragon elders.
I was like, can we tell that Draknamar's an elder?
And he sort of has, are you my conscience?
Jiminy Cricket!
Howard lays down and whispers, I think so.
Like I said, just because one is elder, it's not necessarily mean they can't have fun.
That's true.
That's true. He does play a good game of tag.
And then he goes, tag?
100 years of practice.
Does the coffee settle him down?
Does settle him down a little bit. And he does focus more.
That's funny.
You strategically might work well for us.
Okay.
I was going to say,
have you had a chance to figure out what you want to
bet on.
say for your side of the bet?
That's what I was going to say. Llewellyn Crockett didn't just say, hey, we need a representative of the dragons. We need to talk about, okay, so our goal is to talk to the Shadow Lord to give up the
We
gem?
are trying to bring about a compromise and a resolution and a peaceful ending to the conflict between Wendar and the Shadow Lord.
So our bet isn't against Wendar or against Denagath. Our bet is for peace.
Before we do anything
Yes.
else,
Yeah.
can I do an insight check? Sense motives on the conversation we had with the matron. Hope I picked the right dice. 18. 18 plus 4 plus 6, so 28.
Okay, you can tell from her expression that she is curious more at what you think the outcome is than the actual outcome.
Right.
So not what we hope it is, but what
we think it might be.
What you think it might be, especially considering you're working towards it.
It's definitely a. She's watching reality TV and she wants to know what you're gonna guess happens next on Survivor.
She's goggleboxing.
Yeah.
Yes.
She literally
Not
has a
that I've ever
scrying
seen
pool
that,
that shows
but-
her human politics and wars.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, she'd be a great person to ask
She
about.
likes to watch
All
Survivor.
sorts of things.
Yeah.
I want to spend like a few days, weeks.
I
asking her
think if
questions
there's a
about
couple
stuff.
of really important questions that you want to ask her, you should ask her.
Oh yeah, Seika is fascinated by everything, and as I said, she is taking in everything she can. If you could imagine her with a notebook, not that she takes notes in front of other people, but she would be scribbling as much as I do throughout these sessions.
Calcrix does take notes in front of other people.
Which can include things like, what's the Master's most immediate plans? I don't know if she can see that.
Well, you also
So,
find
Richard
that her axe is called the Thunderer. And you realise that Thor named himself after her axe.
Uh-huh. That's funny.
She was around long before he was.
Yeah.
So she has inspired many cultures.
Yeah.
What was her name?
Her name was Amabel.
Ah, that's right, Annabelle.
The castle of Amabel. Yeah.
Yes.
The castle looks like it's been around for a long time. So it sort of reminds you of like the Mayan or the Egyptian construction where everything is fitted perfectly without mortar.
Yeah.
So, also what Calcrix would have passed on to you is to give Amabel Calcrix's personal assurance that she will work steadily towards the goal of getting some sort of peace between the giants and the dragons.
Yeah.
And that she's already working towards that now, and it'll be a continual goal for her.
Yeah.
And the other side of that conversation would be if you get to ask the giant questions, if she would welcome Calcrix coming back at a later time.
Yeah.
So, do we have privacy? Are we we get sent somewhere we can rest and discuss?
As far as you can tell, but hey,
Like we're not
she's
doing
got-
this in front of her in the front throne room.
Well, except of course, you know, she's got the scrying pool that looks like lots
Yeah,
of
like
things.
it's. We've given we're not like standing there for a day in front of her discussing this. So we have a couple of priorities. The first one is to figure out if we can ask questions and figure out what our priority, like with the librarian, what are the questions we want to ask, which are the higher priority. The second thing is, well, what do we think? I mentioned the fact that she's more curious about what we think the outcome might be than the actual outcome. So what's our aim? What do we think might actually happen from what we know and what we understand at the moment?
The goal is peace, not one winning over another.
Peace.
If that involves, not necessarily one winning
Without
over the other, if that involves
Conquest.
removing the Shadow Lord, then we will,
So peace without military conquest.
if we can. War,
You do
combat
know
is two chances.
from Calcrix's previous questions that one of the ways to resolve this is Calcrix need to find out what the King of Wendar did to
piss
anger the Lady of Vengeance, and I don't know, a scrying cloud god, cloud
Could
giant
find that out.
might just know.
off. Yes. And probably catch herself watching.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
peace without
Yeah.
military conflict. We wish to we wish to mediate between the Lady of Vengeance and the King of Wendar. To do this successfully, we know that we need to find out what the King of Wendar said about the Lady of Vengeance.
Could you tell us if that were possible?
How hard did she laugh when Calcris keeps calling the King of Wendar the boring man?
There's that too. That could actually be an actual question. It would be an amusement.
But as we believe that we will be successful based on...
Yes.
With the right information, we believe we will be successful.
Yes.
We're determined to be.
Yes.
I'm just trying to write all of this down, so...
Yeah.
So, we wish to mediate between...
But that's what we hope to happen, not necessarily what we think will happen.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what she wants. She wants to find out
Well,
what our analysis is.
We exist by living the secret of what we wish for. We manifest and bring
Yes.
into existence.
Because we have learned.
I would prefer we
Well, that's only
refer
if I
to-
say it out loud.
Yes.
to quantum mechanics.
Yeah, you're not
Yes.
speaking through
Yeah,
all
I'm
this.
not. Yeah,
Unless, of course, you are the one who says it.
I have not
Yes.
spoken once
Yes, that's right.
because that's why I'm not saying what I'm betting on.
Well,
Because
what we
mine
can
is
bet on...
because
quantum
it's-
determinant.
Well, hey, if you say it, that means that you're going to have to make it happen, but you guarantee to win.
Successfully mediate between the two parties.
Yes.
Through much effort on my end.
So, if you want to
So
put it this way, successfully stop any conflict.
that could be a way of how we
So-
win the bet. Is I
It's
just
a
say
bet. It's a bet. We
Yeah.
need to
and then I exist however
Yeah.
many timelines
make
are
sure
to make
we
it
phrase
happen.
it right, which
Yes.
is why I'm...
Yeah. So I think that phrasing is probably better.
Yeah,
it
like the
would
right
be interesting if
information.
Lonnie said, I'm going to have to kill
We-
myself like a
we-
dozen times to get to this, but...
Yeah.
able...
No, because then I have to do that.
Yeah.
If we have that information, we will be able to...
That's why I'm like, it would be amusing,
Please
not
don't
that you
parties,
should do it.
Please. To resolve the conflict.
resolve the conflict.
Yes.
I'll let you fix the wording while I talk to the
Yeah,
boss.
And then Lonnie says that. These get interesting.
Lonnie doesn't want to speak.
Okay, so our bet
These
is
get bad or interesting.
that we will be able... Our bet is... we wish to mediate between the King of Wendar and the Lady of Vengeance. If we have the right information, we'll be able to resolve the conflict without military conquest.
Yes.
So, essentially you're like betting, I'm not betting on Wenda, I'm not betting on...
I'm betting on us.
I'm betting on us. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yes.
bet that we're going to win.
I feel comfortable with that.
Yeah,
Because
like
that's-
essentially placing the bet
And it
on
makes it interesting
us to
because
win the conflict.
yes,
Yeah.
and it makes it interesting for the conversation
Because it's
because we're adding ourselves as a third
a
party.
third party.
And
yeah.
we don't
So-
know the King of Wendar, we don't know the Lady
Yeah.
of Vengeance yet, we're not betting on either side, and we don't think either side is particularly faultless in this. We're
Right,
betting
yeah.
on our ability to
to resolve
mediate.
it. Yes.
And
Yeah.
the important thing to
Which is
remember, of course,
what-
is
Or annihilate.
you're entering yourself as a new option for the betting.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Obviously, the bookmaker does not know your
Well, that's-
capabilities, so
yeah.
make sure you don't go for odds less than 100 to 1.
But
Yes.
it's also really
Yeah.
good because it's
Yeah.
highlighting our skills as mediators, which is what we're offering between
Yes.
the Cloud Giants and Dragons.
Exactly.
So what
So
questions?
we're selling our role
Yes.
Mhm.
at this
So
point.
what are our questions? Does she know what
What the disagreement between the lady and the king is.
What the King of Wendar
And
did
why.
to anger the Lady of Vengeance.
Yeah.
And how to resolve that.
Yeah.
Or her best take on how to
Mm.
resolve that.
is based on?
So we essentially we've gone in two different directions to meet with two different people and then get each of the other parties to solve the other person's problem
Yes.
indirectly by going to the two different people.
This
Yeah,
is
essentially.
Mum. What did you expect?
We also
To be honest, I never know.
we also want to ask about the Master. What she knows about the Master.
Yes.
To be honest, like looking at the minis and stuff like that, I was like, oh, well, Blue Dragon, you got a fantastic Blue Dragon there and all that stuff. And I'm like, nope, your Blue Dragon would be Cookie Monster.
Mm-hmm.
That's blue for up there.
Actually, the scary concept is what is showing up there is Cookie Monster with tentacles.
They weren't placed accidentally. It was so he could grab all the cookies.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's fair.
Anything else we want to ask about? Is there any Well, if we're talking about mediating between the cloud giants and the dragons,
Yeah.
is there anything she would be able to offer in order to...
That would be after we face the bet kind of thing.
Yes, but, like, we learnt from the librarian that we don't want to be mid-conversation with the librarian and then coming up with questions. Why don't we come up with 4 to 5 questions that we want to walk in with?
Start with.
So, what would they be willing to offer in negotiations with the dragons?
Not straight away, but when these guys are finished, I have that question.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think? That's not the best phrasing, but if we...
What's the outcome she wants from discussions with the dragons? We'll put it in the same way that she's put the question to
If
us.
we were to mediate between you and the dragons,
What is the outcome that you wish for?
what is the outcome you wish for?
And is it just for her, or is it for all clans?
Do we want to bring up the Storm King's crown?
Yeah, it's worthwhile. What role does the Storm King's crown play?
We've heard
Does it
that other
need to be
giants seek the Storm King's crown. What is your opinion, and do you have any, or do you have any information?
Yeah.
That's 4. Do we have another question, or?
Not at the moment.
No.
Well,
Anything
come
from Redrian?
I will contact Redrian and tell him what's going on and what we were told about caches of things. And is there a question that he wants us to ask that is going to be useful? That isn't going to make her want to smite us.
Redrian does remember the matron,
Mm-hmm.
as he was aware that one of his companions was selling technology to various races.
Right. I thought that would be it.
But that's what caused his spaceship to explode. Because the guy selling it had no clue what he was selling.
And he sold some of the wrong bits. Yes.
And it drew into the Black Moor civilization.
Yes. What's this say? Power regulator. That's fine. It looks rich. It looks like it's worth money.
So the downfall of Blackmorians was capitalism.
It was, literally.
Redrian
what?
knew of the
Capitalism.
Redrian-
Capitalism and theft.
Right.
Yes.
Because I thought I saw I heard the cap and I heard an L. I'm like, not Calcrich, surely.
Not this time.
So one of his companions was stealing and selling the technology.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And Redrian's the only survivor of his people.
Mm-hmm.
So what about the little guy that we dropped off?
That's one of his ancestors.
Ah, okay.
So without...
Yeah. Not descendants, ancestors. That was what got it interesting.
Remember, Adrian was stuck in the shield for quite some
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the whole time thing makes my brain get
Well, the people who, the little green guy, they came to this world following a signal that basically said people from their future were stuck in the past.
Yes. Which is why it's his ancestor, not his descendant.
Yeah, it's still the whole
It's all brain
time
baby
travel
stuff.
thing
Yes. That's right.
hurts my brain sometimes.
That's right. Lani can understand it, but if she can explain it, it's a different thing.
Nope.
Well, if she explains it, she must make it happen.
That's the other problem.
That's the thing. If I explain it wrong, I then have to make that happen.
How do you have
Yes.
a
So
conversation between, say, Lani and Drazzle, or say Lani, Drazzle, and Calcrix have all done something in the future, which they've done at times.
They never talk about the future.
How do they even discuss we're here now to do
No,
what?
I can just see the three of them having a
We
conversation.
don't talk about that
Or
much
just
deep
the
stuff.
two of them having a conversation and the world just flickering around them as it changes.
We just talk about cool things. We don't talk about that much deep stuff. Y'all are the ones that have deep conversations. We just like writing silly books.
And the intricacies of time.
So, does Rodrian have a question we should ask about the tech, or shall we just
Yes.
leave it?
From the sound of it, well,
From the sound of it, they've already given you the information.
yeah.
They wouldn't know exactly where.
So we've got
And she wouldn't give it up anyway.
We could
So-
hold the Wendarians, like in return for brokering this peace
We
between
could-
you.
yeah.
We want the technology so that we can destroy it.
I wouldn't go
from the
for,
Wendarians.
yeah.
He says that they may accept that from Calcrix, but they wouldn't accept that from anyone else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, Calcrix will definitely be
Yeah.
using
But
that.
I'd almost go for give it to Redren for him to deal with.
Oh,
Because he
Calcrix
can do-
definitely
Oh, we've given the
Because he-
information to
because he
Rodrian.
can, oh no, not the
Yeah.
information, the items.
Yeah.
Because he can remove them
So-
safely.
That's the
others
question
wouldn't be
I
able
wanted
to.
to ask you, which is,
Yeah.
you're talking to Redren. Does Redren want us to give it to him? Because she was offering to destroy it. So does he
Yeah.
believe she could just destroy it? Do we just give it to her and she
Yeah,
destroys it?
they're
Or
always,
do we get it to him? So
Yeah.
that's, if you've got the staff, that's
He
the
doesn't
question
believe
to
they
ask.
have the capacity to destroy it.
Okay, so we've got to
Yeah.
give it to him.
yeah.
So we've got 4 questions.
Mm.
Priority wise, do we want the master information on the master or the information about the Wendar stuff first?
We need
Oh.
information on Wendar and Lady of Vengeance stuff first.
We do,
Particularly as that'll
yeah.
help us win the bet, which will get us a boon.
I
Yes.
still had my side question before that.
What is your side question?
I don't remember what the Draconian Code is. Does Calcrix know what the Draconian Code is?
She's never had to take it.
Okay.
You turn on
Would
Lord of Dragons, though, isn't it?
Brulifer know what the Draconian Code is?
Roughly, it's about obligation and rules and regulations he ignores.
Considering he wants to take it, is it... well, I'll just ask him when it comes to it. Because my question would be, does she know what the Draconian Code is? Can we get the Draconian Code? Because if none of us know what the code is, it's going to be really hard to figure out a way around it.
You know a fair bit of it, but the code would apply differently to non-dragons.
The code or the accord?
The accord is different to the code.
Yeah, well, that's it. The accord. The accord that the dragons make the giants stick to. She basically needs to know what that accord is.
Well, it would be in a crux, the Storm Giant's crown. The entire draconic accord with the dragon, between the dragons and giants, is tied up in the crown.
Right. And the crown is currently in pieces as far as
We don't know.
So that would be probably one of the more important questions to ask her is about this crown. Because that will affect our ability to help her achieve the goals.
So the 4 questions we have
That's me ignoring
is about the Lady of Vengeance and the Wendarian conflict, the Master, the Storm King's crown,
Mm-hmm.
and the outcome that she wishes for. So priority-wise, what's our top priority?
Well, let's
Lady
remember
of
that
Vengeance.
the Lady of Vengeance is the short-term goal,
Yeah.
and up to our group if we can't solve it to solve. Whereas the Storm King's crown is to do with the longer-term goal of the giants and the issues that they're facing.
Well,
Yeah.
we've got 2 longer-term goals that we can we don't know if she's not going to be able to answer. We don't know if she's going to answer any of these questions.
Yes.
So
Let's just ask.
Go for it.
Mm.
I'd say
Start with your short-term workouts and long-term.
yeah. No, I'd probably go in that order. The Wendarian conflict, the Master, what she wants out of the mediation between the two, and the Storm King's crown as the 4th.
I would do what she wants directly after the Wendar thing.
Yep.
Because it's a give and take there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she's already mentioned that she doesn't care about the Master. it's
Yeah.
not going to affect her.
Yeah, but any information we can get. True, so she's more likely to be able to tell us because she doesn't
So
really care
it's
so
it's
much.
more just like, all right, something we want to know, something you want to know, something we want to know, something you want to know. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So yes, you're before the matron of the Cloud Giants again.
Mm-hmm.
You can sort of see on a wall beside her is a pool that is showing somewhere in Darken at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is this
So,
You can recognize it being Darken because there are...
Real Housewives Darken? Is that what we're watching right now?
Well, it seems to be politics in the Merchants Guild chamber as they're all discussing.
Seeker is trying to figure out how to make her a constant contact so that she can help with any political and like information and stuff.
This is where Calcrix uses adorableness and bribes to make friends with people.
Oh yeah, Seeker is planning on making friends with her somehow, but we've got to do the more important stuff first.
And so she goes, so have you decided what your bet will be?
our bet is that...
Do you want the wording?
Yes, please. I am speaking. You do the reading.
It's right at the bottom of the page.
Yes. We wish to mediate between the King of Wendar and the Lady of Vengeance. If we have the right information, we will be able to resolve the conflict without military conquest.
We bet on ourselves.
We are betting on ourselves.
Okay. So you will be the outcome of the conflict.
Functionally, yes.
And she does laugh a little bit, going with, well, the Lady of Vengeance is involved, but she is not the main protagonist in your story.
That is very helpful information.
The gods can interfere, but they cannot dictate.
Yes. True. So it's between the Shadow Lord and...
We hadn't known that she was a god. We knew she was important,
Yeah.
and the Black Dragon, we didn't know she was considered a god.
Yeah, she's one of the Immortals.
Protagonist or antagonist?
Well, person involved. She's technically removed from the field of
Yeah.
discussion.
Yes. However, if she has a beef with the King of Wendar and she's told one of her lieutenants to do something about
Yeah.
it, it's still between her and him.
Yeah.
It's just she's not driving.
She said to win, we need to know what
Yeah.
the King of Wendar said.
Yes.
But
No, not
Who is
necessarily
Ben?
said
Yeah.
what he has
No,
done.
it was
So-
what he said about what he
Well,
said.
what? Yeah.
what he did
What
to anger her.
What
I
the,
swear it was what he said about her.
No, I remember it as
What is
phrased
it?
as more ambiguous.
What is it about the King of Wendar that displeases the Lady of Vengeance so much?
It might just be because I wasn't there and I
It's
got
what
her.
did he do to
What
anger
did
her?
he do to
Yeah.
anger her? Yeah.
That's
Yes.
what it was. I know
Yeah.
this because I've
We'll
read
go-
back on these notes
Yeah.
several times.
Matron.
It was
Yeah.
the Lady of Vengeance was insulted by the boring man. Find out why he has angered me first.
Yeah.
Also, confirm who is it between Wendar and the Shadow Lord, or fill in
Yeah.
person we may not realise yet.
Mm. Yes.
So are you going to keep asking the questions, or
If you got the notes, we'll go from those.
okay?
But
She does
Is
say
it me
that-
speaking as Luell or me speaking as Seika?
Speak as Laurel, because he's the talky, persuady one.
She does say that your answer is more vague than a specific answer.
Yeah. Actually, having introduced us, you can speak as you, which also makes sense too.
Would you like us to be more?
She would prefer more specific because a bet is a bet.
I may have learnt a bit from my interactions with the Fae. Can we get some information before we finalise our verdict?
Sure, what are you offering for the information? She does like your negotiations.
We would definitely be willing to...
Well, Calcrix is... You've already had a word to Calcrix about
We've
the
ha-
situation.
We are willing to serve as mediators in your desire to negotiate with the dragons.
Sure, as you're willing, that will give you one question.
The other thing that you got in your bargaining chip is Calcrix has already taken action on her behalf for her. So you can use that for your next...
You guys are happy. I'm happy for you guys to come in. While we have one question about the Wendarian conflict, but we do have other questions about other interests.
I'm sure you can negotiate something for those questions, she says, with a smile.
So before we make our bet, as we said in the wording, as we said in the bet, with the right information, we believe we can mediate without martial conquest. But we need that information to understand if we will actually be able to succeed. We have been told by the Lady of Vengeance that part of the core issue is that the Wendarian king, and Seika sighs heavily and just rolls her eyes, has said something or done something to anger her. The key information that we believe we need is what happened to spark this conflict.
And is that the question you want as the bargain?
At this point, I'll look at the others.
What was the insult that he gave?
Well, she will answer the question more fully as long as you're happy that that's your question.
What happened to spark conflict between Wendar and Deniger?
Well, that's completely
No, that's a
different.
different question. Because are we figuring out what the King of Wendar did to offend the Lady of Vengeance, or are we asking what sparked the thing between
the Lady of
and
Vengeance in the question?
You gotta be very specific about who are we asking about, because we gotta...
It may be.
And you do know that there was a stolen gemstone from Wendar that started the war between Denegath and Wendar.
Which would be the start between Denegath and Wendar.
So, but we know that the Lady of Vengeance, and clarifying because I wasn't there for that session, I'm going on the notes that I got from the recap, is that somehow the King of Wendar insulted the Lady of Vengeance and angered. So what we need is, and she said, according to my notes in the prologue, that for us to be successful, do we have enough info to proceed? Find out why he has angered me first.
That is all. That is.
So it is.
That is the question.
What did the King of Wendar do to anger the Lady of Vengeance? Is that the question?
Yes.
Seems like that could be many things that he might do, particularly for someone who
What did he do specifically in this case?
Do in this instance. Now, I do. Okay.
Okay, so...
I'm actually going, because I'm going to throw a spin on it, because, again, I'm trying to develop a friendship here.
Yes.
What did the King of Wendar, that most irritating of all elves, do in this instance? I know he probably did a lot of things, but we're looking for the key thing here. To anger the Lady of Vengeance.
Well, she does start off with the King of Wendar is very similar to the High God of the Elves, Ilsundal. Same personality.
That's okay.
Yeah,
He's
very
not my
much-
primary.
Very much two peas in a pod. Why elves follow him? She has no idea.
He's not my primary.
The whole reason.
Who else?
I've just been reminded that Lady of Vengeance had also done.
And so she does
Yes.
continue
That'll
that
be enough.
the father of the king of Wendar killed the Lady of Vengeance offspring, every one of them.
Oh.
And in return, she swore to remove his bloodline from existence. And he is the last remaining member of the bloodline. And basically, she has called a holy war against him in the name of vengeance.
Negotiating, that's not going to be easy.
To wipe out his bloodline.
On the plus side, it could, you know that it's on the verge of ending.
And
There's only one person left.
she's already killed his kids.
Yeah. That's going
Do you know who the offspring of the Lady of Vengeance was that the King of Wendar's father killed?
We didn't know about the Lady of Vengeance before, like, a week ago.
Basically, it was a clutch of black dragons. And they were slain not long after hatching.
I highly recommend that on a night you guys have free, you watch the movie Damsel on Netflix.
I don't have Netflix.
I'll have to look
You
it
watch
up.
the movie Damsel wherever you can find
Well,
Oh
I
wait,
can
I've seen
find
that
it,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but
It's
have a
that.
think.
Yeah.
And that is very much in line with this character. It's almost like they took her backstory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, the King of Wendar's going to have a really hard time with Calcrix now.
Well, he didn't actually do
Yeah,
it,
he didn't
No.
use his
but it
phone.
was his father.
Yes.
But as far as we're aware, he's been the King of Wendar for around 1,000 years.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And he's probably had lots of offspring.
And
But she's
wiped
killed
them
all of them. So, surely
His
she's
wife
had a
hasn't worked
vengeance
it
by
out.
now.
She's dumber than I thought.
May we
Unless
have
not
a
all of them
moment
are human
to
for her, so-
may we have a moment to discuss before we formalise our bet?
She says, sure.
Okay.
Look, I'm
That's-
betting on the dragon.
I don't.
Well, you would.
No, she's
I don't
she's
know if
going to
we can
live longer
mediate
and
this.
she's only got one left to kill.
Like, I honestly do not know if we can mediate this without. We could do it without military conflict, but it would involve killing the King of Wendar.
No, it won't.
Well, that wouldn't necessarily
No.
end the blood feud because that means she didn't kill him.
And that won't end the conflict between Denagath and Wendar, because that was what the bet was about.
Yeah.
Mm.
We need to find out about the Shadow Lord as well.
We know he follows the dragon's code.
And, you know, his followers follow the dragon code.
Yeah.
But if he's a follower, like if his followers follow the dragon code, surely he's a follower.
No,
We can.
doesn't,
We could.
doesn't follow. We have to find out.
Many rules will use someone's beliefs against them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It's the whole
Plus, he may have
rules
changed
for
over
thee,
time.
not for me.
He
kind
may
of
have,
type.
yeah, he may have started with the Dragon Code and then changed.
So the idea of maybe a challenge isn't going to work.
Not that kind.
So we don't know the Lady of Vengeance enough, but if somebody had done that to me, then they would be dead by now. And in all honesty, in this moment, I side with the Lady of Vengeance.
So
Why
we're
is it
looking at
taking us so long to
what
finish
your
you off?
bet's going to be still.
Yeah, we're discussing what the word, like, because I don't think we can mediate this.
No.
Jeez. If Carrick
It's a
were
holy
here right
war.
now, she'd be tut-tutting your lack of confidence in her.
It's a holy war. Like,
Yep, but she's talked people out of worse things.
Seika doesn't know this.
You should have read the books by Drazzle.
Uh,
She hasn't
It's
had
going to be
time.
required reading.
I don't tend to read narrative. Seika doesn't tend to read narrative. She hears bardic tales.
But
And reads
Drazzle's
reports.
books might
And
as
reads
well be
reports.
bardic tales. Just ask Lani. She's dramatised a whole lot of shit that's actually true.
And I put in some of Drazzle's pictures.
Has
They're picture books.
Has my troupe seen or performed any of the stories? Not that I'm aware of.
No.
What do you think, Noel? Lani? Like, I still bet on us. I just don't know how I can't specify how we're going to do it.
We
And,
need
like-
to know more about the Shadow Lord.
But she's given us one question.
I know.
We've
We
asked the
negotiate.
question.
We can negotiate potentially one more question in pointing out that we have a representative of the dragons.
Aimed at
Uh,
focused on the restoring the relationship.
No, I've already
And-
taken an action to help her. I've
Yeah.
already done
Yeah.
it.
yeah, we're
We can state
Calcrix.
that.
We can
yeah.
negotiate by saying
We can also.
Calcrix, who you know, has already taken action in order to bring about a dragon representative.
I mean, I was hoping to use that to get other questions answered.
Yeah.
We
right.
don't have
We
anything
need
else to
more than one
negotiate
right
with,
now.
though.
And just
Yes.
remember, you know, especially Lil and Lani, when Calcrix needs to negotiate with people, she often does other things. She barters with storytelling. She's like, would
Oh,
you
yeah.
like to hear a tale?
Mm.
Would you like information about this thing? She will offer them tea or
Mm.
coffee. She'll offer them food from a particular homeland. You don't always have to negotiate with information.
Yeah.
And she's done this in front of you guys a lot.
Mm.
Again, I haven't been around long
No,
enough
but Lani and Lul have seen
Yeah.
that Calcrix.
I mean, Seika's probably been involved with the negotiations, but it's always been with some form of knowledge or something to hold over
And
them.
Lul's
It's not really a...
Lul's a really competent performer. He's performed songs in the past
Yeah.
and things. So you could ask, would it please you or would it be negotiable if...
So
you
we
know?
can't make the bet without another answer.
Probably not. No. Not
So,
usefully.
what could we offer to get that? She's all about negotiation. I could offer contacts and more give her more opportunities to watch political machinations of the ants that she,
Mm.
the small
Treaties
things.
Yeah.
between the Shadow Elves and the Giants.
What between?
You've had a
shadows.
treaty
Yeah.
between Alara. You could have a treaty with the Cloud Giants.
I mean,
Trade agreement.
she doesn't
Mhm.
seem. I
Yeah.
could perform
Mm.
a tale of political intrigue.
This
that I've heard
this
from
woman
Satoshi,
loves
but-
watching scrying pools of drama. Tell her about the time that you, if she hasn't heard of it, that you what's that word where you underwent all the nobles. You went on the
Yeah.
microphone
Oh,
and
yes. That's the thing too, because she can see anywhere, but if she misses something, she doesn't see it.
if she didn't see that,
Yeah.
that's a great tale of you undermining the snooty elven nobles
Yes.
through a piece of beautiful performance
Yeah.
and political play.
Who are, and I will admit, are related to dragons. So let's poke the dragons in the snout.
So shall we offer a tale of?
It'll be a song, but yes.
Yes. Shall we offer a song of?
See if she goes for it.
A song of.
It's worth offering. Yeah.
Worst case, she says no, and you've got to try something else.
Would you like to offer it since it's your story?
I will offer
It's
that
not
one.
one or the other of us.
And if she doesn't like that, then we can offer a ton of Lai's favourite whiskey.
She
or rum.
may not have
Because I can
heard
imagine
about the political intrigues behind
Oh, I can give-
Erendi.
I can give her tips and tricks of where the best political intrigue is going to happen. I can tip her off.
Yeah. Oh, we can both do that.
Yeah, so that's another thing
In
we could
fact,
offer.
three of us to an extent. Yeah.
I don't have any specific political.
I was gonna say.
She would know tales of, like, the tales that would probably appeal. Seika would know tales that would probably appeal to the matron. I personally don't.
Yes.
I would give her cultural insight into the king and queen competitions so that she can more easily guess the winner among the other giants.
Yeah, she can win bets.
So with tales and insight into politics, she will give you 3 questions.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
nice. That's exciting.
Because that is of interest to her.
Cool. Another 2 for a barrel one. Maybe not.
She has no interest in alcohol, it has no effect on her.
Okay. So
She's already in the clouds.
we
Yes.
Obviously, what she really wants is popcorn.
yeah.
Calcrix knows how to make that, by the way.
So
Yeah.
we offer
Which needs a lot.
Llewell's tale. We offer any
Yeah.
bardic tales I've got. For 3 questions, I think we offer insight into politics.
Yep.
I think I'll hold back on the tips. Should I hold back on the?
You have tips, I've got tips, we've got different tips. Because I know a lot of
Yeah,
different
but I'm trying to keep.
cultures.
I'm trying to keep
So-
some back so we can ask other questions.
Yeah.
So if it's
So-
your tale, any tales I know,
Yeah.
and Lani's insight, would that?
She will still give you 3 questions on that.
On top of the one we had, I presume.
So
Because she offered it in good faith before you actually told her stuff.
That's fair.
So does she want the tales first or?
Well, she was happy to answer the questions first before she got the
You've
however
got me
long.
in my fake mind. I'm
Yes.
trying to make sure that I'm following. You flicked me into Morrigan, okay?
Yeah,
Plus,
well,
she's also
I
doing
would
the
have
obligation. Whereas if she gives you the answers, then you're obliged to tell her.
Yeah,
Mm.
which we would like. Seika would. A deal's a deal.
Yeah.
She tried being vague. It's not
And
working.
Cloud Giants aren't a great group of people to be Earthbreakers around.
No.
No.
I'm getting the feel very much of Wild Hunt and Fae. Seika,
Smite.
the moment the magic felt Fae, Seika went, right,
Yes.
this is how I, these are the things I can't do. So the first question is, the Shadow Lord?
Yeah. But specifically
What specifically is the question?
Um,
Since the conflict is being driven by the Shadow Lord, what?
Untimely time to go to the bathroom.
no. I would say, what does she believe the Shadow Lord's aim is? Because we know that the King Wendar just wants the fighting to end, and they want their magic green gem back.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think they need the green gem back.
I don't think they do either, but that's what they want. That's what
Yeah.
we
We
know
still
they
don't.
want.
We don't know why the trees aren't talking, but that's another question.
Yeah.
What does she believe
could
the
ask
Shadow
them.
Lord's
Aims.
aim is?
Okay, well, through her contacts, she has learned that the Shadow Lord is a wizard of elemental darkness who is also a necromancer.
Right.
So not a lich. Cool.
Could be a lich and still be a necromancer. That
True.
is not exclusive, she says.
That was player, not
Yeah.
Seika.
But has studied more than one branch of necromancy.
Okay. It's a little worrying. On the other hand, we can check with my sister on that.
There are not many who can deal with more than one branch.
So if
It
that's
is a rare skill.
Yes.
so, what is his aim?
No one seems to know. But he is corrupting people.
Okay.
And his words sound very similar to those of at Santiago.
Yeah.
So your money is now on Calcrix annihilating the Shadow Lord, if that's who you're talking about.
Well, you and Drachnum are going to him, so
Yes.
We're
well,
the right people.
She does not believe he is a follower. He does talk the talk.
So he sounds like him, but he doesn't use his actual.
Think of a lesser, weaker, dumber, more idiotic version, and that's probably about right.
So Orcus.
I wouldn't go that
wait, wasn't that Xantiot? No, it's Alphax who was the
Yes.
lesser, weaker, dumber of all.
Alphax. Oh. Oh.
far. Yes.
Calcrix so wants to kill this guy.
Yes.
She owes Alphax.
But it's not Alpha.
No, but she
It's
owes
practice.
taking one of his.
It's practice.
No, on Friday group, Alphax is pretty much destroyed. Like, the reason Calcrix is, you guys may not have heard, but she's leaving Friday party. And she's leaving it because
We have.
Alphax is,
As players we have.
has one of his followers has pretty much destroyed the group.
He pretty much used the way that Anzantiotl would destroy a group.
Yes.
Turned the entire group against themselves after they made promises. They broke all their promises.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I haven't broken a promise. Morrigan very carefully has never broken an oath.
Well, they had two of them. The whole group said they would let Calcrix handle it, and then two jumped in.
Yeah, and then they weren't happy with what she did.
So it actually managed
Morrigan's
to.
not happy, but she's still not breaking the oath.
Yeah.
And they were basically bound to be heroes and not just kill wantonly.
Right.
Yes, the agreement was you can no longer kill wantonly.
Which is not a problem. Well, the only problem that Morrigan has with that is she doesn't understand wantonly.
And the funny
in
thing
the
was,
concept of a hero.
the entire there were screens around the table of unfair.
But
I don't think it's
the
unfair.
Only, well,
I just
that's the thing. The only people who are going to have a problem with it are the people that sort of restriction is for.
yeah. Morrigan doesn't.
Exactly.
Morrigan hasn't lost trust in Calcrix. I would like to make that very clear. She just doesn't like to be signed up for an oath when she has no control or doesn't really understand it.
Let's just put it this way. If it would have found out that the Shadow Lord was a follower of Alphax and he was indeed corrupting people and he wasn't a good person, Calcrix is gonna a lot relish killing his ass.
Yes. Because, as I said, Morrigan felt that Calcrix needed to pick me up. Thus
What
the
if?
tape.
Fair.
Sounds like,
So that's one question.
King of Wendar,
Yes.
Sucks.
he
Well,
hasn't,
his dad sucks.
he hasn't done anything wrong,
He's just.
but he is due to end. This
The
guy
Shadow Lord.
sounds like he sucks. But,
And if he's corrupting, and we don't like his Xantiotl, if he's
we don't
corrupting,
necessarily dislike the people of Dengath. We got along with them.
yeah, but if he's
But-
corrupting and undermining the people of
What
Dengath,
Which means we
and
only have to take him out. We
yes,
don't have to beat them in a war.
which again
Which means
means
need
we don't
to-
have the March of Conquest.
Exactly.
It's a targeted takeout.
Yes. So in this case, mediate equals to hit.
And that's also a favour to the Lady of Vengeance, possibly,
We might be
because
able to
he's
call her off.
undermining her.
Yes. And yes. I'm giving her a bad name,
Because
which is pretty scary on someone with a Lady of Vengeance.
Because we can
Yeah.
convince the Lady of Vengeance that she has wiped out all of
All of his.
the King of Wendar's bloodline. Now all she has to do is watch him live out the rest of his life, knowing that his bloodline will never live on.
I
That
mean,
sounds more like
And we
vengeance
could
to me.
talk. We could talk to the Queen of Wendar and say, "This is this is what you need to do. No more kids
Until the king is replaced.
until the king. The king must die childless."
Yeah.
I'm sure. I really think she'd sign on for that.
She's reasonable.
Quite probably, because if you think about it, she probably doesn't want any kids from someone like him.
Well, he's obviously had lots of kids, but
Yeah, I know, but she doesn't want any more, necessarily.
and she would. I think she would be willing to sacrifice it, even if she did want it, for the sake of her people.
Yeah.
So we've still got 2 questions.
Yes, a certain type of player would offer more for the role, but hey.
A certain type of player would offer lure for which role?
For the role of father of her children.
I see. Well, we can certainly advocate for you after he's passed away, or if they get divorced, if there's such a thing in Elven culture.
What about a donor? It doesn't have to be. It's his bloodline. Doesn't mean
One
it can't
night
be his kids. They can be kids that he raises.
But this
It's just
something
it's
we
not
can-
his bloodline.
This is something we can probably negotiate with her later. I don't think that's a
I was gonna say that's a
I think that's an easy.
That's not a thing that we solve right now.
The problem is that we then have to convince the Lady of Vengeance, but I don't think that's
I
going
don't
to be
think
a
that's going
problem
to be a
either.
problem.
I think
It's
particularly if we can
doable.
take out the Lord of the Shadow Lord,
He
who
sounds like someone
sounds
who
like
takes
he's
out.
undermining her and using her holy war as a way of
Yes.
destabilizing.
Yeah.
He's the big problem.
Yeah.
And if she's a sister of Calcrix, I really doubt she likes Exantiodal.
Nobody likes that guy.
I don't
No,
want to sound
nobody does.
overconfident with the Lady of Vengeance, but I think we will be able to figure it out. That might not be
Yes.
easy, but it is something that we can figure
So
out.
do we want to ask 2 more questions about this, or shall we ask to save our other questions for...
Do we have a feel of we've got enough information now? Because I don't mind. I think the other questions are important,
The other questions are important.
especially
We've
about
only
the
got 2
crown.
more technically, but we can negotiate.
Yeah.
We've got
Yeah.
stuff held back.
The crown is very.
The only other
Yeah.
thing we could potentially ask that would help us right now is, what does she believe is the Shadow Lord's greatest weakness?
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to ask. is,
Finding a way
can
in.
she tell us about
Yeah.
something that would help us take down the Shadow Lord?
Yes.
So do you
Because she
know of
probably-
anything that...
I know how to take down the Shadow Lord. Just tell Dractima that he's a follower of Exantiodal.
Let him loose.
He uses the sword to take him out. Go, oh, no, I meant Alphax. But, you know,
Well, we
Well-
don't know. He's just...
He could be Exantiodal as well.
He may not be out. Like, I just said Alphax because Alphax is the lesser, weaker done
And very
version of...
few are as skilled as a god in manipulating people if that's his stick.
Yes.
So the
Yeah.
fact that he's a weaker, lesser version of him means he's mortal.
Yeah.
So...
Possibly, as we mentioned before, we're not in a position to go after a quester, as in the master situation. Alphax, I'm under the impression it actually progressed beyond quester.
Well, Alphax is a god. Alphax
He
is
is.
a very
the Shadow
hated...
Lord
The Shadow
is who
Lord.
we're going after.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's
So
going after Shadow
Alphax is...
Okay.
Alphax is the guy who ruled the Alphatians when the Alphatians and the Galantry, the Flamish's plane was destroyed.
And
So
he loves
he's part of-
corrupting people.
Yeah.
Alphax loves blowing things up. He doesn't
Yeah.
care if they're corrupted, he just
Yeah.
wants things to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Everybody hates him.
But he sees corruption as a very good viable means for destruction.
Yes.
And he uses it like he does a sledgehammer.
Yeah. He was a... Yeah, he's the words we got on Friday was he was the... he makes Orcus look like a chess master. That was why I made the comparison, is it sounded like
Yeah, he's a blunted
the
shield.
relationship between Alphax and Orcus is the relationship between the Shadow Lord and Exantiodal. So, do we
Very
want to use
accurate.
one of the questions for does she know a way
The weakness?
the weakness of the Shadow Lord?
I feel like that's probably
Well,
fair.
what's the best way to get to him? Weakness is probably better though,
I would say weakness, because
Yeah.
if he's a
because we can
if
work
he's a
the
dark-
rest out ourselves.
dark wizard
Mm.
necromancer, you gotta...
Well, we've got an inn we can ask about. necromancers and
Yeah.
possible weaknesses of your sister.
But we
Yeah.
want to know his specifically.
Well, she may know stuff about him particularly.
Yeah, if
Is the
he's
other thing.
Well, that's if he's famous enough. We don't know.
he's likely to be. If he's
Whereas
got that
if
power.
she's
Yeah.
been, if Amabel's been watching the
He's-
whole time, she would be a good person to ask.
I think weakness is the right
Mm.
the
Yeah,
right
we'll
move.
go that way.
Does she know the Shadow Lord's weakness?
She thinks for a moment and goes, probably just as much as any other two-legged mortal. Tiny mortal. Step on them and they go squish.
Oh,
So a dagger through the
just
heart.
ask Brulifer to sit on him and fight.
Yes. Particularly if you can do,
Is the
particularly if
title
you
of
can do
this,
radiant farts.
This session going to be dragons and farting? Or, you know.
Yes. Yeah, ask Brulifer if he can do radiant farts.
So
That'll
she
mess it
does
up.
also add that he seeks to extend his life through necromancy. So
Well, that-
you may or may not reach him before he changes.
So he's not a lich yet.
He's working on it. Right.
I don't
There
know,
are many
I
ways
feel
of
like,
undead forms.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know.
I feel like my sister might object to him usurping her cause for his own means.
Feels like Destiny Metamorphosis heading to, like he wants to be like Exantiodal.
Oh yeah, no, people like that always want to replace Exantiotl and Exantiotl does. Lets them think it right up to the point where he eats them.
The fact that Exantiodal tried to divert us from this and from the Shadow Lord makes me think that he's probably a minion.
And it's also, well, it's definitely a good path, whether he's a minion or not.
Yeah.
But he is possible.
It also means that whatever's in play here is important to Exantiodal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It might be the conflict, it might be Demigath winning, it might just be the Shadow Lord continuing to exist.
And
I
actually
would
succeeding in extending his life.
I would actually say all three.
Or it may be you taking out the Shadow Lord being what Exantiodal has set up.
No,
maybe.
don't do that to me.
Yeah.
Oh, he is the best planner of all the gods.
Yes.
Yeah, he's always
good
got-
at the long-term plans.
He's got backup plans on backup plans.
The only
on backup
person
plans.
better at planning is Thanatos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's only because Thanatos has eons more.
More
Practice.
experience.
So it might be worth
And only one
checking in
target.
with Thanatos about whether or not you want to kill the Shadow Lord.
I mean, do we have time to do that before we...
Not just
not in
right
this
now.
session.
but
We're currently
definitely
in the
notes for
throne room.
next,
Yeah.
next session.
No,
Yes.
it's not.
Last question.
Last question.
Are we going to ask the question now, or are we going to make the bet and save it?
There would be no saving questions.
No.
You're
Okay,
here.
it
You're
has to
here.
be.
Yeah.
The trade has been for questions, for
Yes.
information,
Yeah.
which is why she's getting you to ask the questions first before she gets the information from you.
Do we think that the questions have to be about this, or...
You've not set any limits on the questions.
That's
You're
true.
completely open on the questions. You can simply say, is this one going to come up tomorrow?
I'll put it this way, she is probably the only source we've got right now about that crown.
Yeah, I would say that's
Yeah.
probably the next
Should
question
we
to
ask
ask.
about the Storm King crown?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we've got the information we need. I think I think the bet we're going to go for is that we take out the
Yeah.
Shadow Lord.
Yep.
So we hear that many giants are searching for the Storm King's crown, and we understand that that the Accords are tied up in the Storm King's crown. Do you have... Is the best option to find it or destroy it? Do you have information that would help us? What?
You would always ask, what can you tell us about it?
Yeah.
Instead of leading her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so used to...
Yeah.
You are... Yeah! You
Yeah,
are
yeah.
breaking my brain. I'm
Yeah.
in two different places at the
So
moment.
open question.
Open-ended question.
Open-ended question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to get enough information to then ask further questions.
He's got me in Shfei, which means closed-ended question.
Yes.
So, what What does she know about the Storm King's crown? Is that
I think
Storm Giants.
Storm
Crown, I
Giant?
think.
No, it's the Storm
Storm
King's
King.
crown.
Storm King.
Yeah.
So we understand many giants are looking for the Storm King's crown, and we know that the cord between the giants and the dragons is tied up in it.
Yeah.
What do you know about the Storm King's crown?
Okay, so for all the questions you've asked, this is the first time she sounds angry.
Ooh.
And so much so she bangs her axe, hammer, hard to tell what it is, on the ground, and the entire room echoes with the sound of it. It vibrates everywhere. And she says the thieves that took part of her essence and all of the essences of the matrons made the crown.
Ooh.
Thief who goes by the name of Drazzle.
Oh.
And we can't access him at the moment.
And while the crown is in one piece, they are forced to slumber the eons away.
Right.
But I gather at the moment it's not in one piece. So logistically, he's doing them a favour because he's not put it together.
No, it had been put together.
It was
Right.
destroyed.
They had been,
Okay.
for some reason, it's not available right now. It's gone missing.
Right. So the thing
But she
is
doesn't
still
say that. She just says.
Yeah.
The thief who stole the essence of the giants, the giant matrons, made the crown.
Yeah.
Crown.
So, while angry at him, she's also partly grateful because it gave her children a chance to grow up.
Yes. But, yeah, what it took to get it there is painful.
She did not like the cost.
No.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the right words to put it in the notes.
Yeah.
And she also didn't like being subjugated by the king of the storm giants because, from her opinion, men aren't meant to lead. They're too stupid, she says.
Agreed.
You see Lonnie and Seika just...
Yeah, Lonnie just gives her like a good
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Nothing.
player says not all men.
I wonder where I wonder what Father Pat's thinking right now.
I would not, yeah, well, he would probably say, oh, no.
Just think of the irony of the fact that the giants were all led by matrons, and the person putting power on top of them was a male.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like Arendi is essentially the most power is with the women, so like culturally Lonnie's 100% agreeing with her.
Yeah.
Well, in Arendi, it's whoever
with
shows
elves.
No,
king
it's
or
not.
queen, whoever shows the promise
Sure.
is the person who dictates it,
Exactly.
whereas the other one provides the protection.
Exactly. So it's fine.
So that they do it equal ways, but the queen's been doing it more because she's been showing the skill.
The queen's better at it. So based off of Lonnie's experience with the current queen of Arendi, yeah.
And from the matron's perspective, she was created to serve her people,
Yes.
Yeah.
and all her people are descendants of her.
So
Yeah.
what you're saying is, she was a little bit happy that her children got to live out
Grow
and she
up.
got to see them. So there is a silver lining with the cloud
Lunch
giants.
rule.
Yes, exactly right.
Ah.
And you're
I
gonna
thought
make
you'd
that-
like the connection there.
Yep, and you're going to make that pun out loud, and she's going to take a question off us.
Question off of us. She's going to take a question
Stupid.
out of our minds.
Say something nice to make up for that.
So do we agree on our bet?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have reshaped our bet.
Mm.
Likely.
We believe that we will be able to mediate between the two, as long as after taking out the Shadow Lord. Is that the right wording?
Knowing Calprix, it's either her, Drachnema, or both of them are going to take this guy down.
So do we believe that's
Yeah.
the right wording?
Yes.
Okay. She says agrees. She'll see you when it is one way or the other. And as she hits her pole arm down again, everything goes white, and Calcrix and Drachnamir are stunned by a lightning strike out of a clear sky. And in the middle of
it actually hits us?
no, it lands right
It
in the
just
middle
goes-
of you all.
You got a flashbang like
And
Calcrix is just like overjoyed because she loves lightning.
yeah.
And standing in the remains of the lightning is Lani and Sika, Llewell, and Father Pat. Looking a little singed.
Like, there's just more
So the
giggles.
bet was we believe we'll be in
Because you
immediate
guys
conflict
looking a
once we
little
take out the
singed.
Shadow Lord.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So that's the picture they gave of the cloud giants.
That's cool.
Yes.
Oh, I'm totally. I'm
And-
enamored with the Cloud Giants. I
Mm.
want to become friends with her.
Yes.
And so if you succeed, then you will see her again in a positive light.
And if we don't, it's gonna suck.
Yes.
How does our new dragon friend Barfleur?
Oh, well,
Hey, you hear a voice going, play, as we go to credits.
yeah. Bellafor, these are my friends.